We didn't expect to see this, Teddy. Look at this. Beautiful. Look at this. I could not believe this been pulled out. Look at this. The mine starts to... Ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to RAF Waddington. Wow. What a sight. It's completely stunned me. That is amazing. I just apologies for the sign there. Not a lot I can do from this is the only position I can be at, but no worries. There it is, the Vulcan. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, when I was driving up to RAF Waddington today, I was wondering, you know, it didn't occur to me. I thought, oh, it looks like some sort of, I don't know, Casa 295. I mean, we're talking, I was a quarter of a mile out, approaching. Obviously, this was the last thing I'd think about, and there it is, the Vulcan, the Avro Vulcan, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Well, one can only wish, one can only hope that this would be flying. But this very, very aircraft, the XM607, actually took part in the Black Buck raids, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, back home here at Waddington, and resting here, standing proud, and it's nice to see it. No, we'd love it to fly, but welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to RAF Waddington, home of the Red Arrows, and of course, still home to the Vulcan, because Waddington had a lot of firsts here, had a lot of things going on here at Waddington. A beautiful, rich history here at RAF Waddington, and it's now home, of course, to the Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, who I've got one more day here before they go back again to Greece for Operation or Exercise Springhawk, shall we say. And here they are, and wow, how good is that, eh? But look at the Vulcan. So I've got an engine run over there with the Beechcraft Shadow. But the Vulcan, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, that is something you don't see every day, and especially in beautiful sight. So the Reds are going to be sort of, with all respect, Red Arrows. It's nice to see this as well, and they would totally understand. I just wish this was flying, eh? Wouldn't that be really good? Wow, I'll let you feast your eyes on that. I've actually got the model of this very, very aircraft here with me. Beautiful Avro Vulcan. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Now the weather has calmed down a little bit here, which it was raining this morning quite heavily here in Lincolnshire. And of course, naturally, we're joined by our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Wow. Amazing, isn't it? And of course, it served us well. And of course, happy St. George's Day today, 23rd of April. And look at this beautiful XM607 standing proudly. This is a lot of legendary aircraft that have been based here and started life here. Even the prototype as well, BT308, which at the time was going to become the Avro Manchester Mark III, but of course it became the Avro Lancaster. Kind of nice. We can start a little bit here. What's going on here? What's happening here? Is this, I'm not sure if this has been towed or going out. No, it looks good. Oh, this is the legendary Beechcraft Shadow with the PT6, Pratt & Whitney PT6 engines, and one of the signatures of the, I've missed those ladders, one of the characteristics of the PT6 engine are those big bore exhausts. Back in the days of the XR3i, the Nova SRI, or for those who are totally cool, the Renault 5 GT in yellow. Come on, you've all been there. Come on, what was your teenage souped up modified car that you spent absolutely thousands of pounds on and sold it for about 10%? Look at those big bore exhausts. They are good. They are nice. And the engine, no joke, is absolutely beautiful. It's applied to many aircraft, the PT6. And it's very, very special. In fact, the whole engine is completely awesome. Now, the engine in one of those. So that was a Beechcraft Shadow R1, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. And as I've always been proud to give you all the details as much as possible with that. I think that's just come back from an engine run. We'll let that be for a moment. And I'll just show you the complexity, but again, the simplicity and the awesomeness of the reverse flow engine in one of those. So when you see it again, just have a look at the big bore exhaust, because that's one of the characteristics. This is what it looks like. I've conveniently drawn one out for you. This is the Pratt & Whitney PT6, and that's the big bore exhaust. This is kind of like almost on the top. Okay, this is because the exhausts, as we've seen, were on the side, right? But what is fascinating about this engine, it kind of it reminds me of sorry about that. It reminds me of the P47 Thunderbolt. Why? Because the air is scooped up and goes straight to the back. You see, the front of the engine is actually at the back. It's what's called a reverse flow. It's still a turboprop engine. There's no bypass, and the exhaust gases. Now, you know when we talk about fast jet engines, right? And that combustion, that kinetic energy spins those turbines and then it turns the shaft for the compressor. Well, this spins these here, these turbines, to actually start turning the propeller. A bit like getting a hairdryer. You know those little garden little windmills that you can buy, and sometimes we buy them at the beach. It does the same thing. So this is absolutely amazing engine. Like I said, I do get a little bit excited, and it starts off now underneath. There's a air intake underneath. All right, these are actually the exhausts that I've drawn because there are two. The air goes at the back. Okay, now it goes in at 1 bar pressure, for example, and it will get sucked in, and this is actually the start of the engine. So air's going at the back, and it's going in through an air inlet. There is a mesh here for FOD, as you can imagine. All right, now this is where it meets the low pressure axial compressor. You can get 3 or 4 stages depending on the size. There are slightly different variants for different types. I think I've got here, what, 1, 2, 3 compressor. So again, it gets squeezed. It's 10-to-1. Okay, now when the air gets squeezed, and again, it's same principle as a as your like Pratt & Whitney F100 turbofan engine. You've got to squeeze that air. It gets narrower and narrower, and these are still the same sort of blades. They get compressed, but what's different, it gets met with a centrifugal compressor. It's almost shaped like a, I don't know, like a hat. You can see it's kind of curved, and what it does, once the air's compressed, which is now at 10 bar, by the way, it's really hot in here now. It gets to about 300 degrees when it gets to over here, but what happens is that it pushes the air 180 degrees up and down. All right, does a 180 on them, and the air is now pushed in, all right, and then put back into the combustion chamber. Gets put into the combustion chamber like you do, and it's got the nozzles here. I've drawn a little spray nozzle. All right, so it's got a single stage axial flow turbine, and it's got a high pressure compressor here, this compressor turbine, and it's mounted on the same shaft as the compression stages at 3,900 RPM. Now, I want you to have a look here. This whole section and this section here, they're not connected. They are separate, all right? So just like your normal jet engine, it gets compressed air, gets taken up this side, and it gets pushed into the combustion chamber, just like any regular jet engine, and the spray nozzles mix fuel with the compressed air. And as it goes here, we're talking about 300 degrees Celsius. This is now the hot section. That's why I've drawn it in red. And these gases, all right, as they push through, they actually start spinning the power turbine. And it's a free power turbine. Okay, look, they're not connected. And so as it's combusting, all those gases are pushed. Now, it's creating so much torque. We're talking about 35,000 RPM here. Now, this is too much for a propeller engine. There's so much torque that it will just probably jackknife the aircraft. So what they do, they add a 2-stage planetary reduction gearbox, and it reduces the 35,000 RPM down to between 1,700 and 2,200 RPM. And it's these gases, this combustion, that turns the this single stage coaxial turbine, and it's free flow because it's not connected, just to spin all this, just to spin the propeller. It is an amazing piece of kit. How cool is that? So it's actually backwards. It goes oi oi. So it actually goes this way. Amazing, right? How good is that? So no spark plugs, but it does have the spark igniters on the startup. It's like tuk, tuk, tuk. It's a really cool sound for those that understand and have flown before, the differences on those spark plugs. But like I said, amazing. Just like any jet engine, except it's done back. It's called a reverse flow into there from 1 bar to 10 bars. So the compression ratio is 10:1, as we know now. Air split 180 degrees, goes in, meets the spray nozzle, mixes the fuel, and it gets ignited, bang, and starts spinning these 3 turbines. Amazing, right? Absolutely incredible piece of kit, that. And that's your PT6. It's in a lot of aircraft, actually. It's applied to many aircraft, that PT6 engine. This is not one of them. Such as the Texan at RAF Valley. That's got one of them in there. Right, let's have a look at our red, see what's going on over here. Right, so we're waiting for canopies to pop up. There's a lot there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 red arrows that I can see. There's probably a spare somewhere, maybe. But this is what we've got at the moment with the red arrows. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman and commentator. So welcome to the home of the Red Arrows, and they've been here, in fact they've been in Lincolnshire for quite some time now. Of course, their old home, RAF Scampton, said goodbye to that in 2022. This is now their home, still in Lincolnshire, which is nice. And we're all doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So welcome to RAF Waddington, home of the Red Arrows, and home to this beautiful Gate Guardian, which we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the complexity, we'll talk about the history, and of course, brushing up on my Augsburg raid as well. The first ever raid, daylight raid, deep into Germany, using the new Avro Lancaster at the time. Absolutely phenomenal achievement, with a lot of losses though, sadly. That's those brave men, and it all happened here. Even the Black Buck raids with the help of RAF Marham's Victors. Hopefully we get to see some red, white and blue smoke, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And one must remember that formation flying has been around since aviation itself. Even on the battlefield, the importance of formation flying has been taking place even during the First World War. Even the other day we've seen pairs departures and taking off in formation. That's again, this is all process of finding out the effectiveness during aerial and military combat itself, and even in formation flying as well. The whole point of pairs departure or more is to get aircraft up quickly in the skies. For example, even in formation, take a formation of bombers as well, take a formation of fighters. The effectiveness in the formation of B-17s, for example, could cause a lot of issues for an attacking fighter, hence the name Flying Fortress. What you've got to do is simply multiply the machine guns, which the attacking fighters found out the hard way. But of course, it wasn't too long before they found a different tactic, because in the end, they adjusted their guns and attacked from 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock, so straight at the B-17s, the weakest parts of a formation, to try to break the formations, to take them down. But the only problem is, you've got to imagine 200 miles per hour and 200 miles per hour, add them together, that's 400 miles per hour. We're talking about 200 meters per second. Can you imagine that? Even at 450 combined speeds, that's a combined speed. Even if you went further, 300 and 300 miles per hour. Although I would have thought the B-17s would let, you know, this is just an example, but what they were finding, even if you did a combined speed of 450 miles per hour, so that's a 109 attacking from the front of a B-17 and the B-17 going 200 miles per hour. That's a combined speed of 450. We're talking about 200 meters a second. Try to think about that. 200 meters in literally a couple of clicks of your fingers. That's impressive. But the problem is, for an attacking fighter, they've only got seconds to pull away. So the Luftwaffe adjusted the guns on the 109s from, let's say, 200 to 400 meters, just to give them an extra second. They literally had just a couple of seconds to fire and pull away. Even the debris, if they were to get a hit, that could also become a problem, and explosions. But let's go back to formation flying from the very first air shows at Reims, France in 1909 to the first RAF pageant, as it was called, with 32 Squadron, which was held in 1920. The history of formation flying and air show is over 115 years, and in 1925 the pageant became known as the Royal Air Force Display, before in 1938 being known briefly as the Empire Air Day. Biplanes performed to music for the first time too, so that was 1930s, so it's not a modern thing. When you think of air shows, you think, oh, play music, you know, but it's an old thing. It dates back to the 1930s. Now, in 1947, the de Havilland Vampires took to the skies to make it the very first jet aircraft to be used in fast jet team. I think they were called the Black Knights, and I believe this is where the tradition comes from wearing a display suit in black. So if you become a display team, such as the Typhoon display team or the Chinook display team, just to verify that role demos do not qualify to wear the black suit. You have to be a fully qualified PDA approved to be wearing a black suit, with the exception, of course, of our red arrows here. 72 Squadron flew in a team of 7 Vampires, and 54 Squadron started using smoke trails until finally the Gloucester Meteor took over from the Vampire RAF Odeon. So it seems our jet era for flying display teams happened at RAF Odeon, and in 1950s it was time for the Hawker Hunter, which we seen yesterday, and in 1956 saw 111 Squadron take to the skies. Now many more RAF Aerobatics teams started to form, and in 1958 the Black Arrows performed a loop and a barrel roll of 22 Hunters in a formation. Wow, that is the world record, the greatest number of aircraft looped in formation. Now the Black Arrows were the premier team until 1961, when the Blue Diamonds of 92 Squadron continued their role, flying 16 Blue Hunters, which you can see a wonderful restored example at the Newark Air Museum of 92 Squadron's Hawker Hunter. Do check it out. Now at RAF Valley, the Yellow Jacks, we also had the Red Pelicans, and then something extraordinary took to the skies, the English Electric Lightning in formation coming. Can you imagine that? In 1960, the Tigers of 74 Squadron were... Oh, hello. We've got movement. Oh, yeah. There we go. Some of that. We'll talk about the aircraft that's actually based here as well. This is our Beechcraft Shadow R1. But yeah, English Electric Lightnings, I mean, there's many of you that want them back. There's many that, there's a couple examples that are in taxi worthy condition and hot taxi condition as well, where the afterburners are literally cooked for a high-speed taxi run. Well, a little bit about that in just a moment as we finish off our history with the Red Arrows as well, as we get to it. But, as soon as we start to see ground crew, as soon as we start to see those canopies open, it's all game on. But 56 Squadron, also, where was I? Squadrons when I with the Lightning. So we had, what did we have? 56 Squadron, the Firebirds, with 9 red and silver Lightnings. This was not to last though, because there was a problem going to be arising. But you've seen how hard, for those that know how hard the Red Arrows train, you've seen their daily 3 sorties a day. They go to Greece to, you know, practice, and they do the same sortie. For example, they'll do the same sequence. They work day in, day out, all through the year, and it's something that I didn't know. And the thing is, you've seen this, and the skill involved, the discipline, tight formations with no room for error, and the time and commitment is demanding. But this could not be justified to take Lightnings out of their original role to be accompanied by frontline pilots. This sadly had to come to an end, because in the end you're taking a frontline combat aircraft, you're then taking frontline pilots, you're taking our you're taking fighter pilots away from it's imagine the QRA role, right? Imagine taking QRA out of their our personnel out of Coningsby, for example, to come here and fly Typhoons in a display team. The hard work involved in one Typhoon pilot, the hard work, and it's not just the pilot. You need the maintenance, the armourers, all dedicated, the PR as well, to organise and get the accommodation for air shows abroad, all the other aspects of the PR, making sure that the merchandise, the van, the van to show off all the merchandise, to promote the display team. We have to remember that we're not the biggest air force in the world as well. That also plays a factor. But if you're going to take 9 Typhoons out of their you know, their actual purpose, and then get, you know, it's a very expensive thing. It's very expensive to have that, and of course you're going to then need a crew. You then need all the ground crew dedicated to a display team. I know it's kind of like the devil's advocate sort of thing, because I'm not being funny, I would love that, you know, I would love it. Don't get me wrong, I would love to see Typhoons in formation, even if it's just 3. Odd numbers are good, keep it odd numbers. I love odd numbers in displays, but yeah, it wasn't justified. So in the end, ultimately, it was the training aircraft, and I think it's quite nice to have training aircraft, because let's think about it. You know, what do you do as a fighter pilot when you begin? You start off in a training aircraft, and it's so nice to be able to go, this is what you can do in a training aircraft. So it's not like, you know, it's not going top level of aircraft, let's say. You know, I think it's a nice feeling to have a training aircraft. I know, I would love English Electric Linings, Typhoons and F-35, but you know, we got to make do with what we've got, and that's a solo display. So a lot of air forces have solo display fighter aircraft on display. So, you know, it's a nice thing, but ultimately, realistically, it's not going to happen, unfortunately. I think, you know, that was the last of it in the 60s. That was, you know, that was the end of it, unfortunately. But there we go. That's the way it is, unfortunately. And like I said, we've seen how hard the Red Arrows, you know, train day in, day out. Just wasn't really. It was literally going to end like that, you know, and it couldn't be justified. So what did they do? Right, so in the 60s, that was the end of jet aircraft, but it was in 1964 at Little Rissington that the RAF amalgamated its display teams, and it was time to amalgamate all of them. What did we have? They kind of amalgamated everything. They took the Red Pelicans, red colour, who were flying 6 BAC Jet Provost T Mark IVs. They took the Yellow Gnats aircraft, the training aircraft, and they were called the Yellow Jacks after Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones's call sign Yellow Jack. They took the Arrows name from the Black Arrows, and there you have it, ladies, gents, teddy bears, the Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, which we know as the Red Arrows. Now, they chose the Fallen Gnat as the training aircraft, a nice, you know, fast jet trainer. And thing is, we've got grey skies here, more than blue, and red looked more visible. And actually, if you bear with me just a moment, I'll go and get you a Fallen Gnat in yellow and in red. Give me one moment. Let's go and have a look here. Forgot about I had Fallen Gnats. Let's get yourself a Fallen Gnat. Let's get you a Fallen Gnat on demand. Aircraft on demand, eh? Sorry about that, I should have had that ready. So the Fallen Gnat was chosen, and very briefly the Red Arrows were actually yellow for a few seconds. Can you believe that? The Yellow Arrows doesn't quite go, does it? So this is the Fallen Gnat, look at it. Oh, now the Yellow Jacks were already using these. How cool is that? But I think they look great. However, they went with red. Red's more lively in grey. And it does, I think. I mean, in grey. So there we go. We used the Fallen Gnat. Red Arrows were very briefly in yellow, and then they whacked a lick of paint. Look at that. So this is what they were using. Now, the Hawk did come into the business in 1979. So let's just put those down there. Who's buzzing? Who's buzzing? Yeah, I can't wait to see these up. Last time I seen these was at Coningsby. I know they were flying yesterday. So, 1979, a change of aircraft to the BAE Hawk T1A. They had to use the A variant so they can add the famous smoke. Now, the Red Arrow's Hawk is a beautiful training aircraft. It is dual controlled with a Rolls-Royce engine. It can climb up to 40,000 feet, reach 400 miles per hour in 2 minutes. And it can also maintain that sort of speed at 250 feet as well, low level. But what makes the Red Arrow's Hawk different? Have you ever wondered that? Well, let's have a little look. Let's go and get myself the Red Arrow. And it was the, I think it's a cute little aircraft. I love the Hawk T1. I think it's such a cute aircraft. Here we are, our little Hawk. Like I said, a really nice trainer. Can climb up to 40,000 feet, go low level, 250 feet, maintain 400 miles per hour. It was designed as a training aircraft, so your trainee will go here. It is dual controlled, just like going on your driving lesson as well. And it is a very, very excellent little beauty aircraft, and it can be, and its wings here can be very, very forgiving to a trainee pilot. Powered by the Hawk, powered by Rolls-Royce Ardeur 151 engine, but we'll talk about the Red Arrow's Hawk, what makes it different. You've got the vortices created and these Toblerones that are added to the Red Arrow's jet. All right, now the buffer is created here, all right, with these Toblerones. I've painted them on here. They're like silver little triangles. They create a buffer, and it kind of alerts the pilot. The wings are really forgiving because it lets the pilot know that they could be at stall speed or they've got maximum lift coming up. All right, so it lets the pilot know. How good is that? It informs the pilot. It kind of talks to the pilot as a little buffer zone to inform the pilot that they are close to stall speed or at or they got maximum lift, which is amazing for a training aircraft. Is superb. In the engine inside here, which we cannot see, there's our little intakes. Very nice, very nice. The intakes are all in there into the Rolls-Royce engine. Now, the Red Arrows have modified the Ardeur 151 engine. All right, it's about 5,000 horsepower. They've done something to it to make it more responsive. So it's something that you can't see. So they've actually modified the engine to their specifications, which makes total sense. The next, well, the main Red Arrows modification is the smoke pod. We've added blue tack, of course. It's optional to have blue tack on there as well. Now, the smoke, of course, the dye, there is actually a dye team here. There's, in the middle, you've got the white smoke dye in here. You've got the red dye and you've got the blue dye. I believe it's 5 minutes of white and 1 minute of red and 1 minute of blue. And I'm just trying to put this together without breaking it. I'm trying to do it on the screen. But wait, it's all controlled at the back. Now, this is something that I've modified myself. You don't get to see this, are the smoke pipes at the back. So when the pilot presses the button for red, white or blue smoke, this come out of the individual pipes for each color. All right, and the dye mixes in with the diesel and it evaporates because the exhaust fumes are between 400 and 600 degrees Celsius. But how do you get how do you control how much plumpier plume of smoke? Well, something I haven't modified here is the air brake. The air brake opens out here, all right, and it creates like a turbulence, a vortex, and it makes the plume of smoke thicker and more plumpier, more flumier, more tasty. So there we go. And like I said, there's even a dye team, there's even the blues, the circus as well. There's a whole lot of the Red Arrows team, but there you go. That's what makes it a little bit different, are the reds. So there we go. Right, the sun's coming out. We just need these canopies to open. Now, with the Hawks being pulled out, this is always a good sign. Okay, so if you do come here and the Hawks are not here, it's not a good sign, of course. They will probably disappear next week because I believe they're leaving tomorrow to go back. So they came here just to rehearse for the VE fly past. mean, how nice is this? How nice is that? How nice, isn't it? I mean, it's just phenomenal, isn't it? So let's have a little talk about this year's team. Let's have a little look. Right, what's going on now? We've got So let's talk a little bit about the team. Now, Wing Commander Adam Collins is our officer commanding the Red Arrows, and as officer commanding, he's responsible for the world-class team who deliver the soft power capability in support of national interests at home and overseas. You see, the whole point of a Red Arrows display, or any display, is that it's, you know, promoting our Royal Air Force and, of course, pretty much flying our flag. Here we go, got a bit of movement for you. So it's not the Wing Commander, we'll talk about it, it's Red One's role that does the choreography or choreographing the display and putting it together. Morning, how are you? All right?
Yeah, not bad, you?
Good, thank you.
It's just a bit warmer now.
Yeah, it sure is. So yeah, I've seen the question before. It's actually Red One that puts the display together as in the sequence. So it's, you know, that is a major responsibility. And of course it is the legendary Bondi. Oh no, how good is that? But before we talk about Bondi, Adam Collins, a very experienced pilot who joined the RAF in 1999. He graduated at Royal Air Force College Cranwell in 2000. And he's completed his fast jet training. His first operational tour was on the 9B squadron at RAF Marham, flying the Tornado GR4. He was fortunate enough to be selected to fly the F-111 for 3 years on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force at Amberley, where Ozzie is from, by the way. That's pretty cool. He then took up the position of Red 10. Because further tours on the Tornado followed on the return to UK and promotion to squadron leader, a posting role working with the British Army, and then as a flight commander operating the Hawk T1. So very experienced with the Hawk T1 already, the same aircraft that's used today. And he took up the position of Red 10 as the Red Arrows supervisor and commentator for the events for the 2018 season. So he is, you know, very experienced. But this year's team leader, squadron leader John Bond, and as team leader, John is responsible, and his primary role is to cover all aspects of the display, from running the training program to choreographing the show. So he leads basically the aerobatics team. You can hear him on the comms talking, because it's all about hearing with the Red Arrows, not always about... Did that just move? Oh no. Oh, we got movement. We got a Red Arrow. Oh yes. That was a sneaky cheeky. Mind you, the wind is blowing away from us, so here we go then. No idea what runway's in use at the moment. Seems to be coming from all angles, but I imagine it's runway 20. Of course, Waddington wouldn't be the same without the lorries, but we'll find out in a minute. If this stops, yeah, I wonder if it's 02 then. It might be coming towards us, which doesn't really matter when they're displaying high and dry. just let that taxi right down. So Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. Now he's new. There are 2 new Reds. So Red 2 is Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas, who's experienced with the Typhoon and quick reaction alerts safeguarding skies in the UK and the Falklands as well. Red 3 is a bit of a history for the Red Arrows, as Andrew is the first Red Arrows pilot to join the team, having previously flown the 5th generation aircraft, the F-35B, so that's pretty cool. I love stuff like that. So he's the first to come from 5th gen. And he's Red 3. So Reds 2 and 3, it's their first season, so congratulations to them. So yeah, it looks like runway 02 then for us. And then just quickly giving you Red 4, which Red 4 is Squadron Leader Chris McCann. Red 5 is Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wells. Red 6, Squadron Leader Tom Hansford. Red 7, Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Richard Walker. And Red 9, Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. And finishing off with Red 10, the Supervisor, Squadron Leader Graham Musket. Now, the Red 10's role is to be a supervisor and also does the photography. start order if you see 4 or 5. Hannah with 4, Enid 5, or 6 or 7 or 8 or even 9, or a singleton, or the synchro peg. They can do in all sorts of combinations, but we shall, as we know, as we've always said, make do with whatever's thrown at us. You know how it is. Hopefully we get more. And it's all potluck. And of course, to even attempt to become a Royal Air Force Aerobatics team pilot, the Red Arrows pilot, you're going to need a minimum of 1,500 hours of flying time in fast jet, and then you're going to need to be classed as above average as well. And lastly, one crucial thing is that you would have carried out 1 operational tour, a minimum of 1. So you do need all those behind you before you even attempt. And once you are a Red Arrows pilot, you have 3 seasons. And to become a qualified Red 1, you're going to need a minimum of 3 seasons as well. So potentially you could do more, but that's going to need time and experience. And that's nice, because like I've always said, even with the Typhoon display team, it allows rotation, it allows others the opportunity to do it. Mixes things up a bit. So 1 Red Arrow, doing whatever they need to do. They do train, like I said, all year round. I think when the Reds are gone, I think there's still like 1 or 2 maybe that still fly around here. So big shout out to everyone that's tuned in. Davey, Edward Coates, Mark Garwood, Joshua Brown, Meth, Margot, Stu Footer, oi to you, Righty, Simon Watron, Paul Mayers, El Toro 66, how's it all going? Paul Fairclough, Neil NG Auto Art, Richard Payne, how you all doing? Davey, Annie G, Simon Watron, Wee Stevie Boy, not Captain Vapor, Alan Gates. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. And it's just a slow start at the moment, but it was a nice day. And I did say I'll be I'll be keeping an eye on the weather to see what it's going to be racking up as, and we got a little bit lucky really. It's actually quite a nice day. So Vulcan 82 call sign heading north. Let's hope for a full. Let's hope for, you know, a good portion of Reds in formation very soon, eh? But we're just waiting now for those canopies to pop up. That'll be nice. Just lovely, isn't it, to even see that. Let me just go and get a cup of tea. I'll be right back. Got to have a cup of tea. Cup of tea and the Red Arrows. Sounds amazing.
yeah. It's
Hey,
the
how you
same.
doing? All right?
Yeah, all right.
Try not to fall. You're all right there, yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
Anything happening much?
No idea, yeah. Hopefully the rent, all of them will go out later.
Got some good shots at Lincolnshire the other day.
Yeah, they were good, weren't they?
Yeah, spot on, mate.
Yeah.
Again, if you go there, it's potluck, innit?
It is, like with all of it. It is all potluck. But, oh well, that's cool.
Ladies, gentlemen, teddy bears.
Oi, oi. I'll recognise that.
Oi, oi.
Hello.
Hi, you all right?
Yeah, good. How's it going?
Thank you. I wanted you to meet Jim. Thanks, Scott.
Hi, Jim. How you doing? Is he all right? Nice to speak to you.
He's my buddy for the day.
Between the buddies, you're
He's one of my buddies.
It's all between you buddies. I've got no buddies to hold buddy up.
Share some of mine.
Yeah, good. How's it going? All right. But now I've got a, I like
It's just it just seems to be a waste of experience to come back to a flat stuff from time to time. It's not 100%. But this morning, John Smith at Port Town was on a Aerobatics Reconnaissance that they went to 12.
right.
Might be different. But John Smith at Port Town was when I just got on there, I just checked my phone. And it said, blah, blah, blah. And it also goes, it's going to tomorrow. And I thought that was really But they've got to know something. So if they got their numbers for 5 so it would be. So if they don't know, which is yes, we got it just before we broke up. I think it's 2 months back, 2 months back. We only get that February. But that's
Really good. My best work. It helps to just learn.
yeah, it's like when we went down to Lincolnshire, like, she gets some good pictures, and it's like, but I know the routine is so much better when you know routine, because you know where you want to be and where you want to point.
Yeah.
That's why I'm always to and fro across car parks
Because you know
at
exactly
certain
where to
bits,
be at
because I know where they're going to be. But
It helps if you
know.
know where they are.
Yeah, like George Lucas, I'm there and all got,
Yeah.
where are they? I tried to do the other set behind that way in a minute, just to, you know what I mean? You get to it.
It's really good. Really good. It helps with
Yeah. So tell me all about it, Saint it, mate. Saint it. Yes, good. Saint is the best one ever. Is it really what we're doing? I'll see you take Saint it. Guys, he is out of all. He was king of the skies for that. The time he was playing.
the Bevan break. He tried.
3 times.
I know.
And I said, do you know what? I just think that he's too good for the better. I'm sorry, that was. Yeah,
He is a legend.
he is.
It's the rules to fly anyway, but to do that, that's
No, but you know he's after crap with you.
He's funny, isn't he?
Oh, very.
yeah.
He's the nicest guy.
I love his jokes as well. I love his little jokes.
Yeah.
He cracked me up at that time when he was playing. He said, he was talking about the infrared all the time. He said it's a bit like the crime watcher in some of them. That was really like to say stuff. That's just so funny.
Down to earth, kind
Yeah,
of
he is a
relatable.
very good guy. Yeah. I struggled with Turbo. Really.
Yeah, was that last year's one?
Yeah, I don't know, I think I frightened the shit out of him, to be fair. Never. I went to one. I did, and that's when I first met Newen. And he put some weight on. I saw him before he even were announced. Even with Turbo, what we are, like here. Right. And he looks different. He looks totally different now. He put quite a chunky amount on his face. I'll have to show you a picture because he's thick thin. And his face is really thin. Because at first I thought, wait, what's he? He's put so much weight on his face. But, yeah, I've seen what he's been doing. He's not too bad, is it?
Brilliant. Really good. His best one was yesterday.
Yeah.
That was his best one.
Yeah, so what Michelle put on.
Yeah, that was really good.
He was really good.
I've actually got the same serial number as that one there. This is the Waddo one.
Yeah.
How cool is that? 607. Yeah.
Got some good shots yesterday. The RJ was going out. There was the Vulcan, the Shadow, the Reds, and the RJ.
Oh.
I got all in one shot.
Brilliant.
Pretty good yesterday.
Yeah, that's good.
Hopefully you get some light on the RJs there.
Yeah.
I'd freak out if that started pinging and flashing.
Yeah, we need to put them magic in them, don't we? So
Yeah, there's a box to the right of the Vulcan that was pinging off yesterday, and it caught my eye, and I was like, is that the oh no.
Oh.
Cool.
yeah, it's just waiting to go back in hangar, isn't it? So
It'd be nice if they just so we can see it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hope you get some good action today.
Yeah, we need to put his steps up, don't we?
We do.
Right,
Yeah.
my love.
Yeah,
See you
really
in a
good to
bit.
see you both.
Do you want
Have
to drink
fun.
or anything, Nicholas?
No, I'm alright, but thank you so much. Very kind of you. Thank you.
Yeah, if you do.
I will. See ya. Thank you. Always good to catch up. Hope you're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Right, back to the Reds. Let's have a look what we got here. So, red arrows. Here we are. Come on. So we've had just, you know, some slow movement today. We've had one red arrow go up, and probably off to a practice diversion somewhere, I guess. And it's just over, just south of York at the moment, between sort of York and Selby at the minute. So, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, how good is this? XM607. Don't know where to go now, innit? We got the, you know, got the got the Reds on the left, got a rivet joint further left. So this very, very Vulcan took part in the Black Buck missions against the Argentine-held airfield at Port Stanley in the Falkland Islands during World War II. XM607 was retired in December 1982 at RAF Waddington, and although put on display in 1983, and she has been looked after, and she's, as you can see, been moved about and moved around, and but that's pretty good for it to be there. Now, although we got the Vulcans which were about to be retired, they came back to life, but it was also at the help of RAF Marham as well. I wonder if I can get you. Let's have a look. I wonder if I can get you the. So I've got the diagram here and how it all was put together. So it was pretty spectacular. For those that haven't seen it, one of the most spectacular and at the time the longest bombing raid. I'm going to show you. I mean, with the help. I mean, it was really interesting because you've got the Victor. You got the Victor, which was that lost its sort of bombing. You know, the Cold War. Don't forget the V-Force. We had the Victor, the Valiant, and the Vulcan, and they were kind of all sort of heading, in a way, especially this. They were heading for retirement, and the Victor lost its role, but it entered the Royal Air Force into the air-to-air refueling world, and Marham also played a crucial role because Marham provided the most complex bombing history at the time, but to refuel it. And they provided the air-to-air refueling of not only the Vulcan bomber, which had literally, this aircraft had been brought back to life, but to refuel themselves, so Victors could refuel themselves between each other, a bit like buddy refueling, but they refuel themselves to get back to fuel the Vulcan on the way to the raid and on its way back. And this was called Operation Black Buck, and it was on the 2nd of April 1982 that Argentina invaded the British islands of the Falklands, and the mission was to disable the airfield at Port Stanley. Now, this would prevent the Argentine fighter jets from using the airfield, and this would mean a higher air advantage and a bigger threat to the British fleet if they were to stay there. And the problem was the Falklands were so far away in nautical miles, that's 6,760 nautical miles, or 8,000 miles away for a round trip. Those figures are for the round trip. Now, the Vulcan bomber had bits all over the place. I mean, it was waiting for retirement. From problems with air, the refueling probes were being used as ashtrays. It was literally taking apart. And with a range of 2,607 miles on paper, which we're about to find out was a little bit different, was really designed for dropping nuclear bombs. So in theory, inch perfect precision bombing wasn't really necessary for that. And with, you know, nukes, you know, at the end of the day, nuclear bombs, they don't need a pinpoint accuracy, do they? But anyway, we're talking about now it had to wake up from the dead and try to drop bombs on a single runway. Now, with the use of a £5 calculator bought from a market and using a very technical refueling plan, 13 Victors from RAF Marham, with the careful planning to make an Operation Black Buck. Now, I'm going to show you this very, very complex plan, just really quickly before I go into detail, because it is absolutely, I mean, I'll tell you what, drawing this was a bit of fun. Even drawing it was hilariously fun. This is what a Black Buck raid. Now, you would have had 2 Vulcans ready for departure here at Waddington, and interestingly, one was spare, one was the reserve, and it was the reserve that actually went because there was an issue with the pressurizing. There was a slight hole in the inside, in the windshield inside, and it started to cause pressurization problems. Right, this is right. Follow me on this. Follow me. Bear with me on this. Right, there's and I do understand. I've kept this simple, all right, because I know there was a red flight, a white flight, red flight, and a blue flight. Okay, they were split. All right, I haven't done that. I've kept it a little bit simple. There was also the 13th as a reserve Victor. All right, so are you with me so far? And of course, these are the Vulcans. Now, these little circles here, these targets, they're your refueling All right, they're your air-to-air refueling. All right, and I've put the number of how many times. All right, so it looks like our Vulcan had to be refueled 6 times. So let's have a look at this. Right, so we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. All right, the Victors in 5 and 5. All right, don't forget they had to refuel themselves. Okay, so this Victor here, for example, went to do the first refueling and went back into the formation again. All right, this one here, and then went to refuel this Victor and then head back. These little arrows means they've headed back, they've gone. All right, so this Victor here refueled and obviously went back, but this Victor here refueled the second time for the Vulcan. This is just a single Vulcan, just one. So you start off with 10 Victors and you end up with 6 here, and then 3, all right, and then 2, and then the last one. So this Victor went to refuel the Vulcan for the 4th time, went back and went to refuel each other for the last one before heading back. There was actually, I don't know which raid it was, because I think there was 1 to 8 raids. I think up to Black Buck 8, they did 8 raids, I believe. And this one was supposed to refuel the Victor and go back, all right, as you can see, but there was a bit of a problem. The refueling probe snapped, so this one had to take over. So there was problems like that. So finally we're left with one Victor who refueled the Vulcan for the 5th time. Now in the meantime, I think it was, I can't remember if it was number white flight, this Victor did the whole thing, right? So this Victor on this side was buddied with another Victor to refuel it about here, all right, and then that's it. And it met the Vulcan after dropping the bombs at Port Stanley, which the first Black Buck raid was actually a success. They did hit the runway, so it was met here. So look at that. I mean, round trip, just under 8,000 miles. Vulcan's range is 2265, so that's 2,607 miles. I've got nautical and you know, standard mileage, you know, and the Victor range. But this was a bit of a problem. So if you wanted to have a look, if you wanted to pause that later or take a screenshot, that is what it looked like. That's just to get one Vulcan. So to get one Vulcan, you're going to need 13 Victors, one being a spare. All right, so that is the extent of having to get a Vulcan. Now there was a bit of a problem because there was a few issues. All right, the consumption, the actual fuel consumption, was higher than expected higher than expected on the Vulcan. They were consuming more, and also the last 2 Victors had a refueling probe break, so they had to reverse the role, like we mentioned. And I believe the Victor's consumption as well was quite higher than expected. The other problems were quite a simple fix as well, right? Simply was the lack of South Atlantic maps. We didn't have any. So the initial solution was a simple one: take a map of the North Atlantic and just turn it upside down. That's what they did. 70 degrees north was then simply became 70 degrees south, and they took off from Ascension Island. So the aircraft actually took off from here to get to Ascension. So that's where they actually started, by the way. That was for the Ascension Islands and not here. And the first Black Buck raid was a success. And it does bring back several memories for all of us. I mean, here is a close-up, the actual model here, XM607. Look at it. So I've got the one that's actually there. How good is that? So not often you're going to get a Vulcan live on your screens. Look at the beauty. Look at her. Again, another, oh, hello, oh dear. That might need a bit of glue. And I think this could be, might be able to get you this actually. Try not to break these, but I've got the Lancaster as a sort of like a perspective. They are to scale. Look at that, Roy Chadwick. I think they're to scale. I'm pretty sure they're to scale. That'd be about right, wouldn't it? Yeah, that'd be about right. Look at this. Yeah, there should be a 172, are they? Or no, 144. I'm going to just double check that actually. I think they're a 140, 144 scale. But how good are that? That's our air ambulance. Right, meanwhile, back at the Reds for a moment. There are talks of 12 o'clock, but let's see. You're going to need some canopies being lifted here with some ground crew before we get too excited. It'd be nice to get them. Well, I've got some spare glue, so for those concerned about my Vulcan, I will sort that out. Again, Waddington, such history here. It is something that, wow, I can do a not lost airfield and just talk about the amazing history. I mean, this is where the first prototype of the Lancaster was, and the official delivery arrived here on Christmas Eve in 1941, and 44 Squadron, led by the legend that is Squadron Leader John Nettleton, took to the skies an initial 7 Lancasters, with the one being the reserve. And of course, it was all success on the departure, and another 6 from Squadron Leader John Sherwood's 97 Squadron at RAF Woodhall Spa, that were there until Coningsby had their runways upgraded. It was a mission to be never forgotten. It was something of an answer to solve the problem of the Atlantic, the Battle of the Atlantic. The U-boats were destroying all the supplies, and the threat of being starved, and not only from resources, but of course food and all our resources. And what have we got here? Leave that for a moment. I'm just going to see. I think we've got Vulcan 82 not far. Just keeping an eye on it. Should be the red arrow just coming back. Oh, I see. It's just turning on final on the 02. Okay. I was hoping it would just cut through like a bit of a break over here, but no worries, it didn't. That's fine. Turning in now, it's on final now, so let's have a look. You never know, it might do a circuit, you never know. Let's have a look, see if we can spot it. There we go. Okay, just wait for that to get back. You can see the little pipes at the back, look. Did you see that? The smoke pipes. I did my little attempt to mimic those. Something we don't often see. go. Oi, oi. So just like before, we're just looking for the canopies to start opening up. Of course, you'll start to see some movement from the ground as well, with the ground crew, the Blues. Sean Oliver, oi oi to you, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. And today we were surprised to see this, and that is just amazing, isn't it? I cannot believe it. I mean, that's just a lovely surprise to have as a screensaver for their time being, isn't it? So welcome, ladies, gents and teddy bears, to RAF Waddington, Ted Coningsby channel live, and we are hoping to see these canopies start popping open. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Cannot wait. Now, we spoke earlier about the team for 2025 season and spoke about the pilots, and it's a lot more than just the pilots themselves. Of course, we have to look at the support team and the circus and the engineering teams as well. Now, the support team as well, they're the team's support personnel that keep the red arrows flying. Now, the teamwork involved shown by pilots in the air is reflected in the dedication and professionalism of the support staff on the ground as well. So their team success results from their RAF training, the pride that they take into work, and their determination, motivation. And we're talking about here chefs, public relations, like PR managers, literally just like the Typhoon display team, with around 120 engineering technicians and other support staff as well. So, you know, we got 9 Red Arrows that, you know, along with the 10th as a supervisor, right? Get it. But you've got to remember there's another 120 personnel with the support. And as mentioned, we've also got the circus. Now, the 10 aircraft engineering technicians and 1 photographer are chosen for the team as we know it. Now, each Red has a buddy called the Circus. Now, they're numbered as well, like 1. So Circus 1 will be with Red 1, Circus 3 will be with Red 3, Circus 9 will be with Red 9. I hope that makes sense. And these engineering technicians are allocated to a specific pilot for the duration of the summer display season. They fly in the passenger seat of the Hawk to and from display airfields and service the aircraft before them. A bit like the fighter generation squadron in some ways, where you got a whole squadron allocated to a squadron of aircraft. Okay, so the FGS, let's say the 492nd Fighter Generation Squadron, look after their own jets. Sort of in this way, but it's one pilot, or sorry, one circus, one dedicated pilot to a dedicated pilot. So it wouldn't be fair not to name them. So of course, Circus 1 is Flight Lieutenant Gray Harley. Circus 2 is Corporal Dale Smith. Circus 3 is Air Specialist Class 1 Technician Joe Burnett. Circus 4 is Corporal Daniel Wilson. Circus 5, Corporal Matthew Harris. Circus 6, Corporal Luke Smales. Circus 7 is Corporal Josh Wallace. Circus 8, Corporal Scott Bamford. Circus 9, Sergeant Colin MacDonald. And Circus 10, Air Specialist Class 1, Iwan Lewis. So, and of course not forgetting Circus 11 Squadron Leader Andy King as well. So there we have it. That's our circus team. It is amazing how, you know, even for myself, just thinking about the Red Arrows, I just thought pilots just getting in a red jet and just flying here and there. But of course, when I got to start to get more involved in this channel, I realized that that's completely not the case. And then when I thought, okay, that's not the case, then you've got to start thinking about the guys and girls on the ground as well. So massive. Now the engineering, they're called the Blues. Now the Red Arrows engineering technicians and support staff are headed by a senior engineering officer who, along with management team of 2 junior engineering officers, an engineering support flight officer and a warrant officer as well, and 2 flight sergeants. They're responsible for ensuring the correct number of aircraft are available for the pilots. A bit like a logistics, you know, making sure that it's all there and ready to go, plus the coordination of engineering standards, you know, ultimately the safety side of it and the welfare of the Red Arrows engineering team. You've also got mechanical technicians, you've got avionics technicians and weapons technicians, along with logistics itself. And whether it is to ensure the team's transport, whether it's using the A400M, mechanical transport, survival equipment technicians, and of course photographers. And finally, we've got engineering support flight as well, the ESF. Now they're responsible for maintaining quality assurance standards, support records and training. So you've got a lot there, and even just looking at some of the diagrams, it's just amazing. And last but not least, a Red Arrows display is not complete without the smoke. You've also got a dive team. Now, they are famous for the vibrant vapor trails, often known as the smoke, and they are a crucial element part of the team's display. And also, it can be used for safety as well. They can actually gauge any wind direction changes, speeds and crosswinds, and the vapor trails allow Red 1 to judge wind speed and direction, and allows the aircraft to locate each other in the second half of the show, when different sections of the formations are frequently several miles apart. The vivid and colourful smoke trails also enhance the visual impact of the display when viewed from the ground. So well-known manoeuvres such as the harp, rollbacks and carousel would just not be the same without them, and that's absolutely true. And choosing whether red, white or blue is you know, chosen. So the Red Arrows, they've got 2 dedicated dive teams who ensure that the aircraft's under fuselage pod, which we showed you earlier from our model, on which the coloured dye is contained and replenished. And it's always exciting when you hear Red 1 go, smoke on, go. I can't wait, because I've got my little frequency ready for Red 1 to call that out. Red Arrows have had a female pilot in the past. She joined the team in 2009. She did fly with them for 3 years. She's also got a connection with, her father. I'm pretty sure her father was at Marham flying Tornadoes. Pretty sure. He was a navigator. I'm pretty sure he was a navigator, and he was on TV being released. I think he became a POW during the Iraqi war, during the Gulf War. Yeah, I'm pretty sure her father was Flight Lieutenant Robbie Stewart. I think he was a navigator who had gone missing just 2 days into the conflict. And he was coming home. Robbie, Tornado navigator. He was shot down during a low-flying bombing mission with, there was also nickel, wasn't it? I'll never forget that as a kid on the news. Bless them. But they were released, and she was 13 at the time, and she then became a Red Arrows pilot in 2009. So it must be quite a scary story for her, and she still joined the Royal Air Force even after that. So for those that remember that story, I'm glad I remembered it. And I only remembered it because I went to the Marham Aviation Heritage Centre. So yeah, her father was a navigator in the Tornado, Flight Lieutenant Robbie Stewart. So for those that remember that, with John Nichol as well. And John Peters and John Nichol. I'll never forget that as a kid, seeing that on the news, you know. And yeah, I'm glad I remembered that actually. Just. I think it's time for a cup of tea, I think. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, thank you. So that's what we're looking for. A bit of high vis and canopies opening. Now the steps are there as well, so that's good. This is a good sign. I got a good feeling that, you know, we should get some reds flying today. Come on. We've had one. We've had one, so that's all good. Right, give me a sec. I'm going to go and inspire myself with some cups of tea. Just kidding. Right, let's have a look. No, I'm going to go. Look at that. Beautiful XM607. Oh, yeah. And she does look beautiful, doesn't she? Also based at Coningsby between 62 and 64, and of course Cottesmore. Right, cup of tea time, Teddy. good. That needs glue. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And as we spoke, I can see that you're all talking about, there's a couple of subjects on submarines, which actually, that's going to be one of my topics, the U-boats of World War II, and the problems that Britain was encountering with the threat. So, of course, we've got the Augsburg raid to talk about, which happened here, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. It was a spectacular 1,000-mile round trip, I think that was. Let me just do my maths. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Definitely, yeah. 1,200 miles round trip, I would say. Nothing at the moment, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So, U-boats, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, as we're mentioning the, do you know, sorry, just really quickly, I keep catching this in the corner of my arm thinking, what is going on here? And it looks like it's ready for departure or something. Oh, I wish. But one thing we do need to talk about, I know we haven't gone into the beginnings, but just to give you an idea, RAF Waddington started life out in 1916, so Royal Flying Corps, and was training not only the British but also the US Army as well with flying as well. So there were quite a few of these during World War I, Royal Flying Corps airfields, but after it closed, it was back up again. But one thing I do need to highlight is the connection with the very first bomber that came here, the very first 4-engine bomber, which was a secret bomber that was being developed at the time. But during the time in 1939, between then and sort of deep into 1941, we were, as an island, we were in serious trouble, and U-boats were disrupting Allied supplies. They were sinking merchant ships and in the Atlantic Ocean and cutting off vital supplies. And what the plan was for Hitler was to literally starve Britain of supplies, food, and all the resources. Now the U-boat production increased. Hello. Yeah, we've got movement. It's a bit different when it's 02, isn't it? course, the Navy tried to deal with this, the problems with the U-boats, and using torpedoes, and what they found was the fact that you know, when getting supplies, they would be sort of escorted, kind of like escorting bombers, to actually look after the supply ships and not to leave them vulnerable. So you had a bit of an argument here in Britain regarding how to deal with the U-boats. The Navy would, you know, implying that they were going to deal with them using the, you know, try to torpedo them. Bomber Command's answer with Air Marshal Arthur Harris, his answer was to actually go right to the root and actually, you know, stop the production by bombing them. So that was their answer, and in the end, ultimately, Bomber Command were given that task to do. But what with? We've got aging Hamdens, twin-engine bombers. We've got the unreliable Avro Manchester. But while all these talks were going on, a very secret aircraft, a 4-engine bomber, was being developed, and it was going to come here, and it was the answer to the problem, to the riddle. But the thing is, going into bombing the U-boat you know, there was U-boat manufacturers, the engine plants, was the idea was to, you know, bottleneck it, to start bombing the actual factories that were making the parts for the U-boats, and the diesel engine plants of the man plants, and of course one of the main ones in Augsburg. So this was the idea, but like I said, something had to be done. But the thing is, we just didn't have the right bombers for it. But Air Marshal Arthur Harris, his plan was to do this, and he was thinking that, you know, okay, you've got the Royal Navy, but it's not going to be enough. We need to stop the U-boat. So his answer and his plan was given to St. Vincent's, and the plan was to attack the Maschinenfabrik Augsburg Nürburg Man. That's the man U-boat. I don't even know if I pronounced that right. It was the to bomb the engine plant factories and hoping to halt the productions of them. But like I said, Hamdens and Manchesters, they weren't capable of that. But don't worry, because in September 1941, BT-308, a prototype of the Lancaster, but at the time it wasn't even given that name. It was going to be the Avro Manchester Mark III. So yeah, that was the plan, and the problems, like I said, from yesterday's stream, the problems with the Avro Manchester. For those that don't know, the Avro Manchester was a twin-engine bomber that was kind of forced into combat. It wasn't quite ready. The ball bearings were overheating. There was talks of feathering in the propellers as well that was causing issues. It did start to take on the shape of the Lancaster. It was almost like this. The Avro Manchester was a twin-engine bomber that looked a little bit like this. The Mark I had 3 stabilizers. It looked like a Wellington bomber stabilizer here, but it had it all going, and it was 6 foot taken off here and 6 foot here, because it had the very powerful but unreliable Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Now they were producing just slightly over 1700 horsepower, but they were completely unreliable, and a lot of squadrons were resorting back to the Hamden, which carried less bombs, but it was more reliable. However, BT-308, the prototype, was pretty much looking like this. So instead of Roy Chadwick and his crew actually fixing the problem with the engine, they come up with this idea: add 6 foot either side of the wingspan and add an extra 2 engines, but brand new engine, the Rolls-Royce Merlin 20 engine. Slightly less horsepower at 1300 horsepower, but a lot more reliable. And ladies, gents and teddy bears, the finished product was delivered as a Christmas present. Well, I say that, but it was on Christmas Eve 1941 to number 44 Rhodesia Squadron, who arrived who had their special delivery. I mean, think about that for a Christmas present, an Avro Lancaster. Now this was the answer. Bomber Harris, as he was nicknamed, now had a 4-engine bomber. A lot more power, a lot more powerful. And his proposal was literally to get these men, because it was a secret, by the way. No one knew. Only their OCs knew. Only their, I think the Beechcraft Shadow's just turning for another. Let's just get that manual. It's a lot harder when they're using runway 02. Can't really tell what's going on half the time, but never mind, no worries. I'll continue with the story in just a moment. Come on, Reds. You know it is. Sky's good. Well, I don't know, the clouds are a bit low-ish. So yeah, 4-engine bomber, and that was the answer. In fact, the Avro Lancaster, like you know, for those that know, it looked right, it flew right. That was the thing. And literally, February 1942, they were doing all sorts of low-level missions, unknown to them what they were going to do, because they needed to go below radar. And don't forget, it was the first time the Germans had ever seen, the Luftwaffe had ever seen, yet alone engage in Lancaster. So they were a little bit, you know, what's going on here, sort of across their Chevy Chase. They were like, they were like, what's this? This is a new one. And the other thing, the target was the man factory, the U-boat factory, the engine plant in Augsburg. Now, for them, they hadn't even seen anything to do with the war. No one had even, you know, the war. They hadn't seen the war really. They haven't seen any evidence of the war at Augsburg. It was kind of sort of northwest of Munich. Yeah, sort of northwest. I'm just going to see if the come on, Reds. You alright, man? Okay, so it looks like the Beechcraft's just coming in now. So whether it does a circuit or not, we'll find out. Yeah, I took your idea and came here. I'm hoping the Reds are out. There's plenty of them.
Yeah, I can see them. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. There's no canopies open just yet. Ladders are there, so hopefully they'll do something.
Is that a pretty good indication?
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is a good indication. Normally they'll put them away when they're not flying them.
Sounds
So.
right,
Yeah, I mean, I know it's not Peterborough, but you wouldn't leave red arrows just lying around. Right, here we go, on approach, the Beechcraft Shadow R1. Here we go, let's see. Will we get a circuit or will we not? a bit of a blocked view. Let's have a look. It'll be going up again. The lights aren't on, so that's not a good sign. Yeah, that's it for that one. There's our Beechcraft Shadow R1. Right, back to the Reds. What are they doing? Nothing at the moment, but hold tight, you never know. Oh dear. Are you alright? Yeah, you good?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, good. Fingers crossed for an hour.
Yeah, I think so. I got a good feeling they should go out somewhere today. Yeah. No, it was a lot better weather here, so I went this way. Yeah, it got better than what it was. It rained this morning about 8ish, and then yeah, it was looking good for here. We've had one red arrow go up and come back. Yeah. Yeah, what do they call them? Currency flights, get a few hours in. Yeah. But other than that, but it's nice to see the Vulcan now. It's not normally parked there. It's parked over there usually, or in the hangars somewhere. It looks good, that'll do. That'll do. Yeah, does look good.
Looking nicely behind that level crossing.
Yeah. They always say best things come to those who wait, so this could be it.
Yeah, I saw you were streaming here this morning. I went, oh, what are the chances?
Oh yeah.
I reckon we'll head back over to Coningsby tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good. Yes, mate. Yeah. Okay. I'll catch you in a bit. Yeah, man. No problem. So yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, as we mentioned about the Avro Lancaster, the upgraded, more reliable, beautiful answer to Britain, the Royal Air Force's most successful heavy bomber was about to be put into the test. Now, as we mentioned, Augsburg, 600 miles away from here, or Augsburg. Now, they haven't really seen the war. How are we doing? My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I want to talk about the Augsburg raid. And you would have had... Hang on, let me just check one thing on my screen, because I can't see it from here. Let's see if we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. So, the 44 Squadron, the first to receive this beautiful Avro Lancaster. Now, it would have had Kilo Mike KM, but the one we want to talk about as well is the famous one, of course, squadron leader John Nettleton and his crew. KM was 44 Rhodesia Squadron, and his was B Baker. That was like the radio call sign. They all had A to Z. They were called, they're not like the phonetic that you have today, but Ladies, Gents and Teddy Bears, this raid was the most daring raid, the first of its kind, and the first engagement of the Luftwaffe with the Lancaster. They'd never seen this before. Now, the men, before they went on the raid on the 17th of April 1942, had no idea about this raid. Only their OCs knew, only their leaders knew, and they were sworn to secrecy. Also joining 44 Rhodesia Squadron were 97 Squadron, who were temporarily at RAF Woodhall Spa. Now they are their squadron markings were Oscar Foxtrot, and they were going to be led by squadron leader John Sherwood, and they were temporarily moved from Coningsby because they were having their runways upgraded to suit the Avro Lancaster. How amazing is that? This raid, no idea what that was. This raid was given to Bomber Command. Like I said, there was a bit of what's the word? A bit, not an argument, but a bit of like, we can do the tactics, we're Royal Navy, we can do the U-boats. The U-boats were the main problem, and they decided to, Arthur Harris, Bomber Air Marshal Harris, said, no, we need to stop the productions of the U-boats. You can take care of the U-boats out at sea, we'll go and stop the production. They wanted the bottleneck. The idea was to bomb the engine plant that made the U-boats out at Augsburg. And like I said, the people there, it was like an arts city. There's arts and crafts, and it was an industrial city where it had been untouched in the war. They never even seen any sort of evidence of a world war there. But of course, you know, sadly for the youth there, they were actually conscripted into the Hitler Youth, and they were at the ready as well. They would have had the flak guns, but here they were sworn to secrecy. The crew, they were trained, they were given training missions. I think they went up to Scotland as well. They were given low-level missions because they had to evade, and this was going to be the most daring plan. No one had gone deep into Germany at night, yet alone by day. It was going to be a daylight raid, Ladies, Gents and Teddy Bears. It was going to be an absolutely daring raid, and it was to send a message as well as getting the targets. Now, once they were trained, it was in the sort of early afternoon here to be given the briefing for the mission. So the men in the afternoon, no idea what was going to happen, but they'd been training for it, but they were just sworn to secrecy. The operations opened the curtains and unveiled a map of Germany. There was a bit of a quick laughter because the men were like, Germany, really? We're going that? They thought it was some sort of, not a joke, because obviously their nature had been in a serious military scenario, but it was a fact, and it was daylight. It wasn't nighttime, this was daylight, and the Germans had never seen anything like this before. They were given the mission, but the thing is, to do something like that, they did a diversion bombing raid. They used 100 Spitfires and the Boston bombers to bomb in between where the Lancasters were going to be. They were going to, so either side of the Lancasters, over France. That was the plan. So the idea was to send a scramble, like a QRA, to deal with the Spitfires, to hide this real raid. And it was quite a thing. It wasn't, this was quite a common thing, a diversion bombing raid, to actually pretend this is the main target, so that the night fighters, or in this case the Richthofen Geschwader, a crackpot JG2 squadron, they were about to get their 1000th kill, their 1000th aerial victory, and Walter Osawa, I think that's how you pronounce it, he was about to get his 100th aerial victory as well. I believe the Luftwaffe had two. They brought in a aerial victory marking of having 2 to their name when they got a 4 motor. It was called a 4 motor. Anyway, as the raid went ahead, like I said, the raid went on that day, 17th of April 1942. There were 7, one of them being a spare, here, led by squadron leader John Nettleton. And it was, I can't remember the exact mileage, but they were going to be flying in 2 Vics. That's 2 if you look at your fingers, with the 3 like that. So one, it was almost like a V shape. 2 of those, basically 6, but 2 formations of 3, and 10 minutes behind. I don't know the exact mileage, so do forgive me for that. But I remember just reading about being 10 minutes behind them were 97 Squadron Lancasters, again 2 formations of Vic formation, so another 6. So they did use a spare, and they set off. The diversion raid went ahead, so it was 100 Spitfires along with Boston bombers, like almost like a medium, I think it was a light bomber aircraft. The US Army Air Force called it a A-20 Havoc. Having a little look if they're open. So the raid went ahead. Okay, so Squadron Leader John Nettleton took for the skies, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and I've got myself a 109 Messerschmitt for us, which I will choreography the story. So here we go. There's our Lancaster leading the way. This is Squadron Leader John Nettleton and his crew. There was also Garwell with him, and of course a few others. And the problem was the diversion raid I spoke about. It kind of just stirred up a hornet's nest. When when JG2, they were the Richthofen Geschwader, they were JG2, and when they finished with the diversion raid, when they were going back, sadly they spotted Nettleton's Lancasters. The order was for Nettleton that if they were being foiled, if they were being discovered, and they were basically turning into the fail, if they were being shot down, to scrap the mission and RTB. However, this wasn't the case. Now Beckett in KMV, that's Victor, was the first to be attacked. Now don't forget, the Germans had never seen a Lancaster before. They were a bit weary at first, but then they started to just start firing at the back. And Beckett's was the first to be lost. His Lancaster was hit to the engine and causing flames, and a fire spread to the fuselage. The Lancaster fell to the earth in a torch of fire and disintegrated. All men were lost. Warrant Officer Crum, who was wounded and badly bleeding in one eye, and the fuselage was torn to bits by shells, but experienced Crum saved his crew by releasing the bombs. They were 4,000-pound bombs with an 11-second delay, and crash landed, and it was a perfect belly landing and saved his crew. The next one, now Crum's men were running for cover, and Crum run to a farm and split from his men as Sanford's Lancaster came down. His was shot down by another 109, and that third one earned Osawa his 100th aerial victory. That was 1,001 aerial victories just for this one JG Geschwader squadron, the crackpot squadron, to defend. Now this was all happening over France. Don't forget, they weren't even over Germany yet. They were losing Lancasters before they even got to Germany. So Sanford's Lancaster crashed, and this was the 1,000th victory, and that was the third Lancaster lost. And then 2 109s pounced on Dusty Rhodes' Lancaster. The guns jammed and eventually turned into a ball of flames and fell to the ground as the 109s got another victory. And all they could do on the men on the ground of Warrant Officer Crum, they just watched in horror as the fourth Lancaster went down. Not even over Germany yet, and there was 21 killed in action and 7 were made POWs. Sadly, there was just 2 Lancasters left, Nettleton and Garwell's, and they continued. And ladies and teddy bears, remember when I said he was told, Nettleton was told, if the mission is a fail, to turn back. He did not. He just had visions of that line being drawn on the map in his briefing room, in the operations room, and they had that press on courage. They were like, I'm carrying on. So 2 went, but 10 minutes behind Sherwood's 97 squadrons of 6 Lancasters, they were untouched. They were fine. They hadn't been seen. So about 7 miles away, as they headed and went over Germany, completely battered, the Germans obviously radioed in that Munich, they were heading right for Munich, and the Armour Sea, they saw the lake and they headed northwest. So everyone was prepared. Everyone thought Munich was the target. So the 2 remaining Lancasters turned northwest. They saw the lake, they saw the mark, and they seen it. And excitably, the crew were shouting, "Wow, it's just like the photos." Now, the Augsburg were having, I think, festival at the time, I think. And they weren't ready for this. It was untouched. But 7 miles away, Nettleton saw the target. Nettleton went in and managed to drop the 4,000-pound bombs, and with the 11-second delay, and he pulled away, and he managed to escape. They got hit, they got shot at, they got some flak, and next up behind them was Garwell. Now Garwell was the second Lancaster and the only one left after Nettleton. It was quite amazing. So Garwell went in, and it wasn't looking good. It was not looking good, because with the flaks now been fired, the sirens went. Some people didn't think it was a real thing. Now Garwell saw the target. Now he was going off target, and the bombardier said, "We're not going to be able to hit the target." So what Garwell did, he nudged his Lancaster to try and, as the bombs dropped, to try and shunt the bombs to go to the left. But Garwell was hit by flak, and he managed to crash land it and bail out. 3 were killed in action, and 4, along with Garwell, survived, and 4 were made POW. That's 5 Lancasters lost. 10 minutes behind, everyone knew at the time that in Augsburg that that it was not Munich anymore. That was the target. It was clearly Augsburg. They did hit the target. So, not even touched, 10 minutes away is Sherwood's Lancasters. Now, Sherwood went in. He opened up the bomb doors, but the problem is everyone was ready for a potential another bombing strike, another bombing run, and they were firing flak from everything, and every single Lancaster was hit with something. Anti-aircraft fire flak guns. Sherwood managed to drop the bombs but got hit, and he went down and landed in the forest and exploded like a chrysanthemum. But the impact of him falling through the forest actually catapulted him out of the cockpit, because the crew saw it exploded like a chrysanthemum of flames. They contacted his wife, and they told him the news, but she said, no, not my Sherwood, he's alive. And she was right. He was alive. He had broken legs, and he was made a POW. Next up, there was another Lancaster that was shot down, and all crew were killed. That is a loss rate of 58%. That's 7 Lancasters of the 12 were shot down, only 5, and only 1 of 44 Squadron. And Nettleton's 44 KMB Baker, 44 Rhodesia Squadron Baker, his compass and navigational equipment was shot to bits, and he ended up in Ireland, he ended up at Ireland, but realised that, hang on, this is probably Ireland, where he managed to turn back and land it in an airfield at Blackpool. Not one aircraft came back here, but the other 4 of 97 Squadron managed to come back. And if I tell you that there was only 3% damage done to that factory, about 12 of the workmen killed, and but the thing is, ladies, gents, teddy bears, one person's loss is someone's heartbreak. That's a heartbroken there. That's some member of the family's heartbroken there. So they mourned, but the message was clear. Although the bombing raid was not really successful, as opposed to completely stopping and halting the U-boat, it sent a clear message that it can be done, and they will be back, and it can be done in the daylight. This was the message. Squadron leader John Nettleton of 44 Radice Squadron was awarded for his valour and carrying on the Victoria Cross. And this is all connected with RAF Waddington. Is that a canopy up as well to end the story as well? Let's have a look. Brave, brave man. No, sadly not. An amazing story, that Augsburg raid. It's an amazing story. 37 were killed in that raid and 12 became POWs. Well, it looks like a Beechcraft day today. Have a little bit of break. We're going to have some lunch and I'll just get Ted on the screen quickly. He wants to say hello. Good old Ted. Unfortunately, we haven't really had any displays from the Reds today, which is not good. But the good signs are there. I see some crew on the left, I think. Not really sure. Let's see. Oh, this is pure military aviation, right? Nothing is certain. Dear. Well, let's have a look. The Beechcraft shadow's just turning round. Someone spotted that one of the Reds have gone missing, so Oh dear. Hope they don't start pulling them away. Okay, here we go for a low approach. The Beechcraft Shadow R1. Guys. Well, all I can say is if the red arrows start getting pulled away, it's not a good sign. But, the circuit. Come on, Reds. We've had some cracking days here at Waddington. Yeah, man. How you doing? All right. It'd be a shame not to get the Reds here today. Oh, here's our squad leader, Ted Coningsby. How you doing, Ted? You good? Yeah, I know, mate. I know. I'd like to see the Reds go up as well. Nice one. Yeah, I'd love to as well, mate. I know. Babs Art, thank you very much. High five to you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker as well. Guards March, thank you very much. LEJ Approach, high five and a Guards March to you. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Nice, thank you so much. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? A Guards March to you. Thank you for the super sticker. And also Andrew Porter as well for the super chat. Sunshine for Ted, thank you very much. And another one as well from Andrew Porter, Guards March, who's put "we owe so much." Thank you very much for that. Remco DeVray, member for 9 months. Thanks everybody. What an amazing channel. Thank you as well. Guards March to you. So this is becoming a true plane spotting day where you're waiting and waiting and waiting and hoping for something specific, like the red arrows to, you know, go on a little sortie. Be nice to see it. It would be nice. Just having a little look around. I want to say this, but it looks like they're disappearing. It's becoming less and less, isn't it? Let's see, we've got these 4 here, and then looks like 2. I can see 4 there. 2 with, not sure if there's one behind that sign, but definitely they are shrinking, which isn't a good sign, is it? But must keep positive, you never know. I've always said though, if they drag them out, it is a good sign, but let's just hope, right? Let's hope. Even if we get 4, that'd be great. Even if we see, like, even the synchro pair, because for me, I love the synchro pair. It's my secret favourite. And of course, don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. It's all about supporting the channel. Okay, let's have a look if the Beechcraft Shadow is going to do another circuit. Tell you what, nice to see the Vulcan though. Hello. Perfect skies for flying, man. You know how it is. Bless you all. Now the Beechcraft Shadow R1, along with the Rivet Joint and the Reaper and the Protector, they're part of ISTAR, and that's Intelligence, Surveillance, Target Acquisition and Reconnaissance aircraft. Oh, hello. Hang on. I can see IVIS. There's IVIS. Come on, please open that canopy. There's a bit of IVIS going on. Hang on. Not that type of IVIS, but hey. Let's see. Come on, one canopy up. Here we go. Now it is. That's two canopies up. Okay, come on. That's more like it. Let's get them all up. Come on, get all the canopies up. Let's do this. It's not an order, so don't feel obliged to crack through this. I'm just, you know, sending some Ted Coningsby vibes. Here we go. There's another one. What about the others over here? Are they up? Can't tell. Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? That one is. Hang on, there's suddenly an extra. Oh, we've just made another hawk. Now normally I miss hawks, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Lucky number. Oh, there's 4. That's definitely 4. That's good. I'll take 4. I'll take 4, it's all right. Here we go. Start smashing out emojis if you want the red arrows to go out. Gucci man, how you doing? Ali Leyland, Joshua Brown, Remco DeVray, Alex the Black Cat, and Aryan, Mark Garwood, Spitfire, how's it going? Hope we're all good. Aryan, White Wizard, what up? Stuart G, Edward Coates, hope we're all good. And of course, Lady Shun Steady Bears, just a quick one. I haven't really done the, I've sort of been indulged in what has been going on today, but we are in the Waddington aircraft viewing enclosure, the Wave, the legendary Wave. It does have gates to open and close, as in there are opening and closing times, and it's run by the lovely people of the Wave car park. And Lady Shun's Teddy Bears, it is still it's not public land, it is private property, and it's owned by the, I believe, the MOD as well. So please respect it, park legally and sensibly. There is a burger van as well to get yourself breakfast, brunch and lunch, and there are toilets provided for those using the facilities of the burger van along with the bins. And we must abide by play safe plane spotting. There is a fence here, so please don't rest your ladders on the fence. Please don't damage the fence in any way. There's absolutely no need to even touch or damage the fence in any way. One thing I will highlight as well, which is becoming a big thing, and they will respond straight away. Under no circumstances. Oh, where has it gone? I lost the red and white fence. There is a red and white fence up here, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Under no circumstances do you stand there. Please do not. Also, this land here is private. You cannot be on this, by the way. Please do not position yourself here or any of the other land that's like this, even behind me, I think. Although, yeah, that's right. It's private land, all this here. So please don't be on there. Again, the Royal Air Force Police and the usual police, I don't know what the civilian police, how do you call that? Anyway, they will ask you to move on. And if you are to stand by the red and white fence, you will disrupt movement. You will actually cause a pause in the movements, which is not a good thing. You don't want to be that person, because it's there for your safety. Right, okay, so that's done now. That's a good sign that shadow has stopped now. So I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 canopies up. Right, I'm going to quickly grab a bite, make sure the batteries are charged. Here we go, here we go. It's the Red Arrows. Right, I'm going to go and get my, I'll turn my scanner on and I'll have red one on the, on our frequency, so we can, well, we can't chat to it, but it'll chat to us, right? Cheese grommet. Hi, how you doing?
Alright, start watching live stream.
Oh, no, I'm just about to have a cup of tea, but thank you.
One?
No,
Sure.
I've got one, thank you so
That's
much.
alright, no worries.
Actually, go on then, why not?
What do you want?
I'll take a coffee.
Coffee, sugar.
Coffee, milk and two.
Sure,
Go on,
yeah.
why not? Thank you so much, very kind of you.
That's alright.
Careful everyone, I'm having caffeine. Here we go, pilots, here we go. Right, let's move any excess aircraft off the roof here. Things are about to get good. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Here we go, here we go. The moment we've all been waiting for. The Red Arrows, ladies, gents and teddy bears, working up for their PDA. They've come back from Spring Hawk, exercise Spring Hawk. Well, they come back just for temporarily, although word is out that they could be staying here until after now. We're not sure. So, until after the VE fly past. So we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. I'm just gonna zoom out for 2 seconds. I've just got to lower this a minute. Hang on. Just got to lower something a minute. I'm just gonna get myself into position. Nah, it is. It's all about being in position, isn't it? Eh? Get yourself organised, isn't it? Yeah, this is better. Is that about right? Yeah. Maybe go even lower. We're gonna get low. Well, it doesn't matter really with lorries in the way, is it? Get a bit lower, Teddy. Right. Are we good now? That squeak was not of Ted. Right, so we've got a little bit of subsidence here. Hang on. There you go. That's better. I just want to get myself ready for this. Okay, so we got 4, 5, 6, a minimum of 6. A minimum. And it's do you know, one of the things I get excited about is just hearing smoke on go, and also when Red 10 goes, it's the Red Arrows. I love that. It's one of my favourite parts, that. Okay, Red's just getting ready. Okay, so ladies, gents and teddy bears, now it's time to hit the like button. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, let's try and get 1,000 likes. Hit the like for me, because you know you want to support the channel, plenty of us, because it's a really important thing that you do it. If viewers hit the like button, then YouTube might cause a bit of a stir with their wonderful algorithm, because at the end of the day it makes sense. If our subscribers like it and our viewers like it, it may be something that could get promoted. Oh, sorry, not promoted, recommended. Yeah, that one. And of course, do come and join us. Give that like button a touch and go, and of course give the subscribe button a low approach in case you haven't done so already, and you've been cleared for a pair's departure with the subscribe and the notification bell button, where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. And do be sure after the stream to check out our website, tedconingsby.co.uk. Treat yourself to official Ted Coningsby merchandise. We do ship globally. JDS Aviation Adventures, how you doing? Hope you're good. Thanks for all your info. Gierstoffer, how you doing? Christopher Carr, Sean Oliver. Right, hey Booster Nuts, how you doing? Eigen, how's it all going? Here we go, here we go. Canopy's closed. It's time for some radio. That bassy sound of the Rolls-Royce are very much tuned in. It's been tuned up, these Rolls-Royce engines, to the specifications for the Red Arrows to make them more responsive. Oh yeah, I love that bassy sound though. It's very cool. You can probably hear it on your screens at home if you've got like a sound system. Yeah, the pilots are in. Canopy's closed. They're going up any second now. Minimum 4, but I'd say minimum 6, because I can definitely see the 4, and I think the other 2 on the left, from what I could see, there's probably more, but minimum 6. Oh yes. So yeah, you can see 4 on our screen clearly there, and 1 and maybe 3. I don't know what that is over there. But to be safe, 6 minimum at least. So if we get 6 bonus, if we get anything extra, let's see what you're gonna get. So the Red Arrows have started up. Case of seeing what's going to happen now. Here we go. Yeah, I can't actually see all the jets, so I can only see the 4 and 3 from where I am. All right, so there could be more. I just can't see it from this position. You know it is. So Ted's flown with the Red Arrows, by the way. He flew in September 2021. I think it was the 3rd of September, a transit flight back from Bournemouth to... He landed at Scampton. What a lovely thing that. Very historical that Ted actually was, you know, flown to Scampton. So Ted got to experience the wonderful RAF Scampton, which is now a lost airfield. Oi, oi! The Red Arrows have been flying the Hawk T1A, which is this aircraft, since 1979. And Ted flew in XX188, which I believe is now retired. So Ted flew with Red 10 at the time in 2021. I think he flew with Fletch, and I think flying was possibly the OC today, Adam Collins. I'll have to check Ted's records. It's quite historical really for Ted for that. Edward Coates, oi to you. Christopher Carr, Rob Dunn, what up? How we all doing? In that is Righty, how you doing? Hope you're good. Of course, it wouldn't be Waddington without the lorries, but there we go. Matt Crossan, how you doing? Tuning in just after training, rock on. Well, you're going to get a Red Arrows practice display. Now, as mentioned in earlier today as well, that they do go up in various formations, so don't be alarmed if you just see 6 or 7 or 8. They're not going to be an 8, for example. 6, they can train as a synchro pair just on their own. They can train in the Hannah in the 4, Enid 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 as well, of course, which we all would like to see. They can train in 4, a 3, a singleton as well. They can train in all various formations, and they will practice it over and over again. Now, usually the Red Arrows here at RAF Waddington will train 3 sorties a day, and sometimes, if you're lucky, you may get a 4th, which we have done before. But usually it's 3, but I'm not sure what to expect today. I'm not sure if we're going to get another one at 3. Usually it's around between 9 and 10-ish, sort of, and then a sort of like between 12 and 1, and then between 3 and 4. This is just a rough guide. It's nothing's guaranteed. It still is classed as military. Anonymous, how you doing as well? Thank you very much. Enjoying. Thanks everyone who's been supporting the channel through purchasing and retail therapy on the Ted Coningsby online store. Tell you what, the sky looks good with a few clouds, you know, rather than a plain blue sky. Go, that's the that's red 1, so you'll hear red 1. I've got it tuned into red 1. Let's just hope the battery lasts. We'll see. Red Arrows have also trained the Saudi Hawks as well, I believe, using a similar BAE Hawk, the Saudi Hawks.
See right hand with 231, 006.
Thanks very much, everyone. Oh, here we go, here we go. Oh, and a lorry, why not? Now I'm going to count them in. Count them out and count them in. Here we go. How many are we going to get? There's certainly more than 6. Oh, do share. Okay, here we go. Counting them. Here we go. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. How many have we got? Is that 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got all 9. Nice one. Is absolutely happy, and I don't blame them. To be honest, you know, it's going to look really good with them taking off towards us, you know. I actually like it because you get to appreciate how low they are. You get to speeds of 400 miles per hour in 2 minutes. You can serve a ceiling of 40,000 feet, which is really impressive for a, you know, a jet like this. It really is. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's just give me 1 sec.
609 knots, copy 105. There are 9 of us, which is a 45.
You know it, man. You know it is 9 of you.
Like you see 105.
Just going to leave it about here.
Oh, okay, 1 right, 5.
About. Leave it about here. Just get some nice little shot of them as they. There's no buildings sort of intrusive there. It's quite good. Yeah, it should be alright. Oh, they're going round. Oh, maybe. Oh, okay, hang on a minute. We might not see them actually. I think they've taken a little right turn in. That's fine. That's cool. They've disappeared. Yeah, they've taken the taxiway down. Okay, no worries.
3.
Oh, you might catch them actually. You might see them. can just about see the tips of their tails, look. Right. Just to confirm, we have all 9 red arrows, and while we wait, let's just feast your eyes on this. Right. Here we go. Here we go. Power. Oh, ladies, gents and teddy bears, Ted Coningsby channel live, I give you the red arrows. Look at this. even numbers on the right, odd on the left. So that's 2, 4, 6 and 8 on the right, and 3, 5, 7, 9 on the left. Look at this.
Swing back a little. Turn to the left. 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 Holding that. Right. Amateur successful. 4, 5, 6, 6. Successful left. Going left. Left. Holding that.
Look at this.
Okay, rolling. Okay, go.
Look at this. Okay, it's time. Here we go. Fasten your seatbelts. This is about to get hot. Oh, nice.
the smoke off, go to level. Circus, 2 at start.
about that? That's our Royal Air Force, man. Oh wait, what we got here? Absolutely fantastic. What a great 48 hours from Turbo's display to... Sorry, Nave's display. I'm going back in time, I'm going air show here. From Nave's display, reheat 1 yesterday until this today with the red arrows. I mean, wow. And I'll tell you what, if you don't get to see it, the brake is phenomenal with the reds. So they are done numerically. Remember, even numbers on the right, odds on the left. Let's see if they're going to go into battle formation angle. I'm just going to give just 2 seconds. My phone was just locked up for a minute. Just 2 seconds, it'll be fine. Okay, so they're going to get into the battle formation and go into a break, which even that you don't get to see at air shows for those that don't have an airport or an aerodrome or an airport or a runway, shall we say. But this is for me excellent. Right, here we go. Let's get into position. Oh wow, this is different. Oh, I love this. Well, that was not expected, and I'm very delightfully surprised. Wow, wasn't that just awesome? I love that. Hang on, what have they done? And what's this one doing? Oh, I know. Just for safety. Because the smoke can be used for safety, like I mentioned, to do with the wind speed and wind direction as well, to assist. So that was nice. I've just seen that over there. It is used quite often as well on landing. Well, what did you think of that, ladies, gents and teddy bears? I hope you enjoyed that. I don't know if that's it for today, but we're going to stay put Because if they put them away, that is it. If they don't, well, you know how it is. I mean, best things come to those who wait. I was not expecting 9. I thought it was going to be good old, you know, a 6 or a 7. But we got them. Everyone is absolutely grinning. Thanks a lot, Alex Black Cat. Thank you very much. Stuart G says superb. White Wizard, you know it is. Margot Bravo, Red Arrows. I love that break. That was new. I've not seen that. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, you're right.
Hi. You're filming, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Can I take a picture of your...
Yeah, sure, no worries. So here come the Reds. They come back.
Are you on YouTube tonight then?
You can watch it now.
Well, we just watched it wrong.
And as they come back. Yeah, give us a like, give us a subscribe, come join us. We are a one and only Ted Coningsby community. Wow, that was very, very well done from the Red Arrows. Yeah, that was good, that wasn't it? It was excellent. Yeah, nice one, thank you.
Don't you have to subscribe to your channel?
Yeah, thank you. You can rewind and watch the show.
Thank you.
No problem, sir. That's what it's all about, isn't it? You can go home and rewatch the action, so you can come here and enjoy it with your own eyes, and then come and tune back in with the Ted Coningsby channel. Well, that was brilliant. I'm very proud right now, you know, I am absolutely proud, and I hope this doesn't sound too patriotic. Actually, no, correction. You can't get too patriotic, right? I'm very proud. I was born here, and this was something of an image of my childhood, the Red Arrows. Being born in Weston-super-Mare and seeing the Red Arrows all the time, it was something that, as a kid and still growing up, I love, and I'm proud to watch them perform, because it is flying the flag, it is celebrating the Royal Air Force, and, you know, promoting the Royal Air Force. That is what it's all about. I mean, just look at this. Look at the taxi back in formation. It's all about being perfect. It's all about being number 1. And like I said, I'm so proud of them, because, you know, and I'm so proud. They're not fighter jets, they're training aircraft, and that's what I love about it the most. To do this in non-fighter jet, how cool are they? Thank you very much, Red Arrows, you are the best. And I'm very proud right now. I mean, look at, oh my word, look at all this, look at all this. Look at this. You're not going to see this at air shows. I'm guessing that's Red 1, right? I'm lost for words right now. I'm just having my own little moment, if that's all right. Zoom out a bit, let's get them in. That is just absolutely incredible. Look at this. even the parking is inch perfect, or shall we say millimetre perfect. You know, it must be proud for each country's display teams, because ultimately that's what it's all about. You know, flying your flag. I mean, I mentioned the Saudi Hawks. They have to be proud of them. You know, was it the Black Eagles of South Korea? They've got to be proud. I guess it's the Blue Angels that are the leading aerobatics team. Would I be wrong, or would I be right in saying that? You know, you've got to be proud of that. I know there's the is it the Thunderbirds? You know, you've got to be proud. I don't know which one flies the flag. I would say the Thunderbirds, right? Because I don't know. Anyone from America can let me know. Which is there one that's like? Because I know some of the display teams have the Stars and Stripes, but I think that was the Sky Blazers back then. So I don't know how it works. But anyway, ultimately, your aerobatics team, that kind of flies your flag, right? That's got to make you proud. There we go. Another red arrow just coming in on approach, actually. Hang on a minute. Don't know why. I don't know if you can see that on ADSP, but there is another red arrow just coming in now, actually. Did we miss one? Yeah, here it is. Hang on. Here he is, the red Ted. You all right, mate? Oh, Red Ted. Oh yeah, of course, not forgetting the Frecchi Tricolore of Italy as well. Oh, Lilo Doublefly, thank you so much for your generosity again, for gifting 20 TED Coningsby memberships. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. And if you enjoyed that, like I said, like and of course subscribe. We are very, very close to 90,000 subscribers. Extremely close. Hiya, you alright? Oi, oi, how you doing?
That was magnificent.
It was, wasn't it?
What a treat to see the colours.
I know, yeah, it was to see the coloured smoke as well.
Fantastic.
Very good.
They're saying they're going out 8 o'clock tomorrow to Greece, possibly,
Yeah.
but it's not being confirmed.
No, we won't know, but you never know, there might be another sortie at 3 o'clock, you never know.
And hold on to them then if they don't go out by
Yeah,
3 o'clock.
if they start pulling them out, pulling them in, taking
Yeah.
them in, then that's it.
Yeah.
If they leave them out, just stay put.
I'll be watching your show.
Yeah, well, just tune in every now and again, and if they're still there, just hold fire.
It's fantastic. Oh, well.
You got them, yeah? That was good. Worth waiting
never
for.
gets boring, does it?
No,
It never
no,
ever gets
and
boring.
you know, at the end of the day, you gotta think about what it represents. You know,
Absolutely,
it's
heritage.
everything, yeah, heritage, history, you know, and promoting jobs and the country.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
and the Air Force, of course.
Yeah.
So it inspires kids to join the Air Force.
It does, absolutely.
You know, and there's so many of the red arrows that seen a red arrows display and are now red arrows
Red
pilots.
arrows,
So
yeah.
and that's true. These
Yeah.
are 100% fact.
Yeah.
I think most of them have that had that.
Did you watch the RAF programme? Was it on IT Channel 4 or 5? And there's one of the young lads there, like the top pilot, went to be a Top Gun, and then he watched, like, you know, flying planes
Absolutely.
when he was young. And went, that's what I want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it's all about.
Just, oh, amazing. And fantastic to see the Vulcan out so close as well, isn't it?
I know.
It's just, you know,
Oh,
that's a
it
white
just
tree.
doesn't get better than that.
All it needs is all 9 reds in front of the Vulcan. What a magnificent shot that would be.
That would be good.
Wouldn't it be? Just
I
like
think so.
fantastic.
I think it can be arranged, couldn't it?
Right, well, fingers crossed they're out again.
Even if they shut the runway and just taxi them out.
Yeah. How brilliant
Just
would that
take the
be?
Vulcan out there.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great?
Oh, it would. It would be brilliant.
Do you want a drink or anything?
I'm good, thank you. I've got one. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Thanks a lot. Hope you enjoyed it.
I see, I'll be watching you back later.
Yeah, tune in and watch back. Yeah, absolutely.
Keep an eye on it as well. I think we're going to head back now, so
Oh, you are? Okay, well, safe journey. Good to see you and see you again.
see you soon. See you
Ah.
maybe at Coningsby tomorrow. See how you feel.
Tomorrow, where am I? I'm going to have another look again. Have a look, get up in the morning and then just see where are you going, Coningsby tomorrow? Okay, mate. Well, okay, maybe. I'll see. Because the weather's getting better and better every, looking at the forecast. Because it was supposed to be dreadful until midday, but it actually got better earlier. So
Way better.
I'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Alright, safe travels.
Any doubts, I'll just go back to Coningsby. That's it. Yeah, Ted H. Of course, Ted HQ.
Alright, safe travels.
Nice one, man. What are your names? Sorry.
Oscar.
Oscar, because I only know you as Aerobat, and that's it. Oscar and Rosie and Levi. Oh, Eli. Okay. Cool. All right then. You too, Oscar. Take care. Bye. There we go. So yeah, as you heard, if they do pull them away, then that's it for the day. Right then. Well, that was incredible, and like I said, I really do hope you enjoyed that. And Lilo Doublefly, thank you so much for your absolute generosity. Thank you so much. A high five, a salute as well, and a paw pump, and a guards march for Lilo Doublefly for gifting not 1, not 5, not 10, not 15, but 20 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much for that. That is absolutely incredible, and a guards march to you. Thank you, Lilo, for that. Thank you so much. Andrew Porter, Guards March. Thank you for the super chat. He's put magnificent. Doug Ross, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much, Doug. Wee Stevie Boy, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. A Guards March. Geraint, Guards March to you, watching from Wales. Thanks for the display, Nikos and Ted, oi oi. I hope I got that right. Last time I remember, you are watching from Wales. I hope that's right. Cherry, thank you very much as well. Amazing red arrows, my fave. Good job, Nikos. Thank you very much for your 1 month service as well. Ali Leyland, thank you for the super chat. Loving the stream, and especially my grandson Leighton is too, and loves Ted. Thank you very much, and a Guards March for you, Ali and Leighton. Thank you very, very much. And Margot, thank you for the super sticker, Guards March. So stay tuned, and yes, it is correct. So an aircraft will be refueled straight away. This causes, this prevents issues inside from, what's the word? Creating, I forgot the word, but you have to refuel it. I think not pressurization issues. I think it can create some form of condensation, so you start getting water. And then when you mix water and fuel, that can be very, very dangerous. I think it's that, right? This is just a guess. but I know that they do refuel them for safety reasons. They fill them back up. I'll tell you what, Andy Lansdale is the man to ask. He works with refueling in the Bowsers, so maybe I'll ask him to get a definite. Paul Fuller just watched it. Thank you very much. Just watched the wrench, just brilliant. I'm going to go and ask my friend Andy Lansdale, who works as a Bowser. PTSD supporters Oasis, hope you're good. Welcome, thank you for joining us. Andy Haynes, thank you very much for your 21st membership. I hope you all enjoyed that, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So just stay put and just to see if they tow them back. And if they do, well, that's it. And if they don't, well, hang on. Hang on for the ride. Thanks a lot, Righty. Righty72, thank you very much. Enjoyed that, and something to look forward to for our air shows. The classic Hawk BAE Systems Hawk T1A, beautiful, you know, a wonderful training aircraft, 40,000 foot service ceiling, reaching 400 miles per hour in 2 minutes, can be flown at low level, again 400 miles per hour at smooth 250 miles per hour as well. Beautiful. But it's no ordinary Rolls-Royce Arda 151 engine. It has been modified to Red Arrow's specifications. DRP, you're welcome. Enjoy. We've got viewers from Grimsby. Oi oi. Thanks a lot, Ali Leyland. I shall be making a Red Ted Arrows Reef for Remembrance this November. Oh, brilliant, love it. Oh, that'll be nice. I've just asked my friend who's going to give us a definitive answer. He works in he works as a bowser and refueling. So let's see what maybe he'll give us additional answers as well. Ones we haven't thought about. It'd be nice to hear it from someone that does it. So it'd be quite nice. Finish off my coffee just quickly.
Just like one of those cars. Saw them in the distance. Saw the smoke. Like, oh, they're definitely up. And then of course, by the time we get here,
Sorry, I'm just keeping my eye on it.
not a problem. Thank you very much.
All right. See how this is going to look now. So we're just keeping an eye on them now. Oh, 89.7k. Thank you so much. We are so close now, extremely close. Colin Brammer, how you doing? Good to see you on here, man. Brilliant. Yep, absolutely makes sense. Thank you very much. I've just heard back from our refueling man, Andy Lansdale, who takes care of the refueling in the with the Bowsers, refueling aircraft. And yes, and there was one thing we forgot. Are you ready for this? We forgot it, and it was so obvious. He's put it's to cut down the risk of condensation building up in the tanks, and also allows the aircraft to be ready for the next sortie. Completely forgot about the obvious. There we go. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Jakey H2000. Yeah, I know. It's just getting closer and closer, but like I always tell people, especially when I give out cadet talks, I always tell them to, you know, being in the cadets and I'm just going to pick a fighter pilot, all right? Just for argument's sake, you know, just going to pick a role. You know, from being a cadet to becoming a fighter pilot, but you can use this in any scenario, okay? It doesn't have to be related to Air Force, but when I give out cadet talks and inspire our future generation, I do look at that. That's why I usually ask, you know, I'll just you know, ask certain cadets at random what would they like to be, or just put their hands up and what they would like to be. And you know what, it's actually very statistically, I'd say the small percent, maybe about 10%, only put their hands and say fighter pilot, or at least pilot. Not many actually choose to become a pilot, believe it or not, but there we go. But what I do tell cadets, even any role, even an armourer, you know, it's quite a long way, but for to become fighter pilot, that is quite a long way, especially when you're, what, teenager and in the cadets, and then looking at becoming a fighter pilot, that's quite high up. So let's pick a random number. Let's say there's 50,000 steps you've got to take, not physical ones, but as in sort of milestones to get to. 50,000, that's a long way. So from doing your, you know, from learning how to knit, sew, wear camo, face paint, to do adventurous training, to get your Duke of Edinburgh, you know, there's a lot to go through, right? So what I tell cadets is, don't look at it like that. Just take one step, look at the next step, then the next step. Yes, don't lose focus on your end, you know, your goal. Just keep focused on the next step, then the next. And then before you know it, you're looking back and you think, I'm halfway, I've done 25,000 steps. That is how I teach it. That's how I kind of, you know, to teach them a way to, yes, it's a far way to get to, but you know, it's, if you want that, it's achievable, but don't look at all those steps. It's like climbing a mountain. You got to get to it slowly and you'll get to it. Have little marker points, whichever, but that's what I've always taught them. But hope it helps anyway. Trains, how you doing? Hope you're good. Who's that? Grew up as in the RAF and ex-forces himself, lived in Coningsby, and Dad was a fireman, and was associated with the BBMF as well. Now lives at Valley. Nice. Johnny B, how you doing? Hope you're good. Hope you're well. Red said it's not Stovall, is it? This one, Red Ted, who's extremely proud, I would have thought, of his red arrows.
Are you alright or no? Well, that was alright, wasn't it? Watching those pretty little planes. Pretty little red ones, the red arrows there now. Yeah. My name's Reggie, part of the RAF Regiment. We're here and all. We're here to look after the area. We take care of assets around here. That's right, Regiment. That's right. We may not be in the air, but the ground needs care. You know how it is there now. You tell them, Regiment. What's going on here? 2503, how you all doing? How's all the regiment at Waddington? Hope you're all good. You know how it is there now. You tell them, Regiment, up the mush like a radar. We sense danger. You know what it is there now. What's going on around here? Sounds a bit like that Peterborough place Nicholas is from.
Hey, how you doing here, Reggie? You alright?
Oh, how you doing there now? How you doing there? Country Drew there now?
Yeah, I'm alright, I'm pretty good actually, really proud of all that. That was lovely, and do you know what, it was really nice to see the red and white smoke. By the way, my name's Grand Crew Drew, how's it all going? I work here as well. Just been helping out the circus team and the engineers. Been taking care of the blues and all, seeing what's going on.
Oh, you're right there now, you been there? What you been there, fixing them up?
Yeah, actually, interestingly, I've been working on the old dye team.
The dye team? What on earth is that?
Dye team? Well, there's actually a team that take care of the dye in the Red Arrows smoke pod.
The smoke pod there now? What do you mean? The only smoke I take care of is the ones on the barbecue. Smoke all that, getting all the, you can buy this special barbecue charcoal, you can get them infused. And sometimes I put a little bit of oregano on there and get all the ingredients for chucking to get it all smoked. Oh, it's lovely. And then you got to waft it a little bit, and all that smoke gets in the chuck, and then our squadron leader has all this beach smoke stuff, and it's I forgot what you were talking about.
That's right, no problem. I was talking about pretty much the smoke on a Red Arrows aircraft.
All right, so what do they do? Put a bit of oregano, a bit, what's the red then? A bit of chili paprika or something?
Nah, mate, no, they use dye for that.
Dye there now? What, like ink?
Well, sort of, like a powdery formed dye, and it's mixed in with the diesel. And then it comes out at the end. The pilot selects red or white or blue smoke. There's, in the middle of the smoke pod, there's a white smoke, and then on the end, I think it is the blue, and then the back end is the red smoke in the fuel pod. Pilot selects it, and then what happens, the dye mixes up with diesel and evaporates, leaving a nice plume of smoke. And it's quite hot at the back of the Red Arrows Hawk. It gets to about 400 to 600 degrees. So it evaporates, leaving a nice bit of smoke.
Well, that sounds all right, doesn't it? Well, I don't think I'll be trying that with my chucking.
No, mate, I don't think you should do it unless you want some blue chucking. But, but it's not too bad. The current bun's looking all right, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. But I don't mind. This is too warm for me.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's becoming a little bit more windy out here. Yeah, what's going on over there?
I don't know, what's that?
Yeah, something's going on over there. Should we go and have a look?
Well, it's my duty to. Right, you take care, stay here, and if there's any danger, just get all your crew to, Well,
I think it's just a farmer, mate. Just calm down.
No, but you got to protect the chuckins, my food.
Dear, oh dear, he likes the simple things in life, doesn't he? All he thinks about is food, that guy. That's all he does, food. He loves it.
Right, I'm back, it's fine, chickens are saved. It's alright, farmer needed help catching them.
Okay, well, I'm glad that's taken care of. Right, I'm off, mate. I've got to just finish up here and see if they need any help. But my name's Grand Crew Drew, nice to see you. Hope you're all good and well. See ya!
He's a good lad, he is. That's part of my job, you see, the regiment. We've got to look after everything. Chuckins, the personnel, to the aircraft themselves, these pretty little planes there now. Right, behave yourself there now.
Rocket Chappie 54, how you doing? Hope you're good. So just a quick one, a little recap of who's who and who's here at Waddington, which we haven't done so today. Let's see who we've got here. So we've got number 13 squadron that are based here, and they do fly the remotely piloted air system number 13. They fly the Reaper, the MQ-9A. There is the one up now that's here, but 13 currently fly the MQ-9A, the Reaper. And their history, they did start at Gosport in 1915. and reformed as the first UK-based Reaper RPAS squadron in 2012. We've also got number 14 squadron, and they've flown legendary aircraft such as the Mosquito, Phantom, and they now fly the Beechcraft Shadow R1 aircraft, formed again in 1915 at Shoreham. And it was in 2016 that they reformed with the Shadow R1. And of course, as mentioned, 13 Squadron with the Reaper. We also have number 31 Squadron, who are the first UK-based Protector RG1 Squadron. They're formed at Farnborough again in 1915. And it was only on the 11th of October 2023 that 31 Squadron reformed as the first to operate the Protector. Next up, we got number 51, and we can actually see their aircraft here. Number 51, the Goose. There's Goose there now, Goose Squadron. There we are with the RJ. That's what they fly. They're cleaning it. They're doing a bit of a wash. Look at them. It's the rivet joint, and they are literally part of the RAF's Intelligence, Surveillance, Target Acquisition and Reconnaissance Fleet, also abbreviated as ISTAR. They formed in 1916 at Thetford. How cool is that? And it was in 2013 that they received the rivet joint. Next up, we got 54 Squadron, again part of the ISTAR Operational Conversion Unit though this time. So 54 is ROCU, so just like, I'm going to add it to the list now, one's to learn. So 29 Squadron with the Typhoon, 207 Squadron with the F-35B, 24 Squadron with the heavies such as the A400 Atlas at Prize Norton. So they're the operational conversion unit for ISTAR. How cool is that? They formed in 1916 at Castle Bromwich and stood up in 2005 to become ISTAR operational conversion unit at Waddington. So that means I guess they would fly all components such as the RJ and the Beechcraft Shadow. We've also got a test and evaluation squadron here, number 56 Squadron. Yeah. They formed in 1916 at Gosport, and they are the test and evaluation squadron. And the squadron hangs up its fighter boots, taking on the role of Air C2 ISR test and evaluation squadron. That will be for ISR, so I'm going to assume that's non-flying. Interesting. 92 Squadron are next. We've got them here at Waddington. It shares its squadron number with the Battle of Britain class steam engine that runs on the Nene Valley Railway. Oh, how cool. And their motto is pretty much to the point, either fight or die, just like that. In Latin, that's aut pugna aut morere. Formed in 1917 at London Colney as a scout fighter squadron, and they reformed in 2009 as a training and tactics element of the Air Warfare Centre here at Waddo. We've also got 616 Squadron, that's Royal Auxiliary Air Force, and they are an expansion, or provide expansion to ISTAR and combat air support. The squadron is fundamentally different to the General Service Squadron model in that it only recruits ex-regular personnel to provide immediate employment in capability areas of high demand and short supply. They also take care of recruitment. They formed in 1938 at Doncaster as the last squadron of the Auxiliary Air Force. We've also got 7006 or 7006. They want a free RAF reserve units providing intelligence support to the Royal Air Force. Their motto, I will flower everywhere I am planted. That is their motto. And they formed only in 1986. Check that out. Also got 7010 Royal Auxiliary Air Force, 7630 Squadron Royal Auxiliary Air Force. We've also got 2503 Squadron Royal Auxiliary Air Force Regiment. So an Auxiliary Air Force, part of the regiment. And CIO, their motto, freedom of the skies and of the land. Formed in 1979 at RAF Scampton to provide defence for the Vulcan Force. They moved here in 1985, and they've got a bit of an interesting role because it's responsible for providing on-base security force capable of deterring, detecting and neutralising threats to the Royal Air Force assets, as Reggie said. Also, we've got number 5 Royal Air Force Police and Security Squadron ISTAR, so big shout out to the Royal Air Force Police. How you all doing? They basically are a specialist team who are embedded within the ISTAR Force HQ, and they have dog teams here, they have security teams, policing, and a military provost guard service, MPGS, as well. So they're kind of an enforcement output to protect and secure. So we've got the 2 ISR, 3 ISR and ISR support squadron. So that's part of the imagery analysts. So that's pretty cool, isn't it? Also got 71 inspection and repair squadron. Units that are based here, there's loads of them. Air Battle Space Training Centre, RAF Waddington Voluntary Band, 54 Signals Unit, the Defence Warning and Reporting Flight, the Mobile Meteorological Unit, Joint Electronic Warfare Operational Support Centre. Of course, we've got the Red Arrows, which are officially called the Royal Air Force Aerobatics Team, which you probably know. We've also got RAF Waddington Digital Support Flight, Air and Space Warfare Centre, Intelligence Reserves Wings, and the wings that are here are 1 ISR Wing. We've also got number 2 Police and Security Wing. We've also got the Display Air Wing, and of course, as we mentioned, the Red Arrows. That's your lot. That is the ingredients that make up RAF Waddington. A mixture, I agree, from regiment to the Red Arrows display team to the eyes and ears of the sky, all in one hub. Right. So far, the Reds are still here. But the problem is, will they be leaving them here overnight because they're going in the morning? This is a good factor. That is a very good point. Because apparently they are leaving, they are going back to Greece, or, you know, to do their PDA, you know, exercise, spring hawk, that kind of thing. So, that could be interesting to not get caught out with that. So we're just going to stay put. So, Righty72, how you all doing? Hope you're all good. Not Captain Weber, White Wizard, what up? Hanosaurus Rex, how's it going? Simon Watcher and Yanis Gotzis, how you doing? Julie Beard, Alex Blackcat, Chris Baxter, Julie Beard, Simon Watcher, Argan, Colin Brammer. Protect the chucker, fancy a new sticker. I've actually got that on my van now, man. I've got it on my van there, Colin.
Hello, Wingy here. Yes, far, reporting for duty. Yes. How are you? Hello, posh officers. Hope you're good. All my posh officers, yes.
Ah, you there, the wise one.
Ah, yes. Yes, that's right. I am the wise one. Yes. These are not grey hair. These are wise highlights.
What time to get a cough? Hang on. Live is live. Sorry about that.
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, just had to have some water. Yes, good old water.
Ah, you there? How are you?
Yes, very good. Just enjoying the red arrows. It was a jolly old show.
Ah, yes, it was wonderful. Very good. I hope to see Noble, the Eurofighter pilot. He's a solo display pilot.
Oh, lovely. Yes, you fly the Eurofighter as well. Yes,
Yes, it's very good. Yes, we must go to Woodhall Spa to have some tea.
Oh, yes, some lovely Earl Grey. You're posh like me.
Yes, we both have chip backs. Yes, I can see. Very good.
Yes,
Okay, at once we must go. Chocks away. Well, those two clearly get on in a funny way. So not sure what what's next now. Like I said, it's a good point. It could that if they're going early in the morning, they might leave them out. I don't know. It's one of those, but we'll stay for a little bit. We'll stay for a little bit. Let me get let's see what we've got here. Right, here we go. My name is Jens, I'm from Germany. I've just please say goodbye.
Hey, all right here now?
How are you there? What happened to your beret?
Oh, it's fine. I'm special move, Reggie.
Special move, Reggie. What on earth does this mean?
It's a special move, innit?
Well, what do you have to do?
I can't tell you. Special, secret, innit?
What do you mean? What is this? What kind of special moves do you do? What? You like dancing, you mean?
No, it's top secret.
What do you mean? I don't understand what you
play Mortal Kombat, don't you? Street Fighter and all that.
What on earth is this? I have no idea what you're talking about. This is military, not some game show.
Oh, game show. Oh, I love game shows. Oh, should we play, let's play a little game. Let's play catchphrase, right? See what I'm doing here.
You're dancing like a funny bear.
Well, no, not quite. Look what I'm doing.
I have no idea what on earth you're doing.
I'm doing a special move, innit?
I can never get any sense out of this regiment. Dear. Oh dear, my dear. Right, let's have a look here. So, that's the thing right now, so we'll just have a little look. Johnny B, refuel the Vulcan. Oh, if only. one's gone, hasn't it? Hang on, there's a big gap there. I don't think it was like that earlier, was it? Have they just towed one away? This doesn't look good, does it? Looks like they've towed one away, haven't they? So we're all good. How we were doing, ladies and gents, teddy bears. So yes, so we've got one show confirmed on Friday for you at RAF Lakenheath, and then tomorrow I will have a look at the elements again. So bear with me, literally. There's always a bear with me, and it's just a case of doing the same thing again. I've got an idea of tomorrow, but just need to see the exact precise weather. So it worked out well today. In fact, the weather got better, as in the forecast, so that was good. It does look like one's disappeared, I think. Our beautiful Vulcan here.
Called me. What's going on?
G'day. I'm just checking to see if you've got a bit of a problem over there. My name's Ozzie. I'm Amberley Air Base in Australia, and just wanted to see if you could help us.
Oh, what seems to be the problem, mate?
Well, it looks like you got one of the. We're just trying to add up the red arrows, and I think you got one missing.
What do you mean it's one missing? What do you mean it's not a set of keys, is it?
Well, we're just trying to locate it, and the regiment, you take care of all the, you know, the assets and that. So we're just making sure that everything's all right. And in the meantime, I'm looking for my friend Andy.
Andy, oh, I've not seen him, but what's he look like, mate? I'll add it to the list.
So he's got camo.
Oh, that'll be why you can't see him.
I can see you.
Yeah, I know. Because, like, I'm out of stealth mode right now, and we're talking.
Yeah, sure, sir. And but if you see Andy,
well, give me a bit more description, mate. At the moment, I've just got a set of clothes.
He's like he's got a bit of a mush.
Right, yeah.
He's got a beret.
All right, yeah.
Sounds like he's from the West Country.
All right, okay. Ooh, I might be able to find out. I might be able to have a look there now.
Yeah. So there was basically there were 4 there. Now we could only see 3 on the screen.
All right. So what's that then? What, 5?
No, mate. That just leaves 3.
What do you mean? Oh, it's RAF Reggie Maths in it. Yeah.
I'm not really sure. Well, we think there's we just want to know if they've been towed away.
Well, I'll go and have a look, mate. 1 second.
That's fine. And if you see my mate Andy, tell him I'm here waiting in the wave.
Right, okay, mate. You take care of there now. Might have to get special moves here. I might have to go and get some backup here.
Okay, well, thanks a lot.
What's going on here? What's going on? What's all the fuss here now? What's all these people? What's going on here? Forward, back, kick. All right, or special move, Reggie. We're going to need a bit of help. Well, what's up? Well, it appears to be someone's lost a red arrow. What do you mean lost a red arrow? It's not a set of keys, is it? I don't know. Didn't even think you could put these in your pocket. Imagine that. Oh, God. Imagine all that dye going everywhere. Yeah, be a bit like some sort of octopus, isn't it? Oh, yeah, help me. Got dye coming out my leg. Here, oh dear. Well, sounds like some sort of story we had in, back in Shader days, isn't it there? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right, okay, well, let's go and find this red arrow then. Have you spoken to that red tent fella? No, I ain't spoken to that red tent fella, special move Reggie. Right then, oh, well, let's go and have a look over here, see if someone's lost a red arrow.
They actually they are towing them away, aren't they? So, Lisa Turner, a Guards March for you. Thank you, and a high five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March for you. And thank you for that. Thanks for joining us. Cody Whitlock as well, member for 18 months, who's put hello, and hello to you. And Andy Haynes as well, 20 months membership as well. Thanks, Nikos and Ted, for all you do. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So, Cody Whitlock with 18 months, Andy Haynes with 20 months. Oh. May have one more aircraft. Looks like, oh yeah, it's looks like we got the Envoy. The only problem is, if it lands, that's us, isn't it? That's us pretty much out of view. It's from RAF Norfolk. I think it's been stood up again as the King's Squadron, isn't it? Although it's a Dassault Falcon, it's designated as the Envoy in the RAF. Thanks a lot, Nick. Thanks a lot, Dr. Soda, for that. Cheers, man. Do you know, I'm so used to them coming in from runway 20 or Euston 20. I've been looking the wrong way. Much a wrap. Also, that was coming in. Yeah, it's landed. Okay, no worries. You want to see it quickly? It's just over here. Nice aircraft, though, to be honest. Look at it. Beautiful. Based at RAF Norfolk. Look at that. Pretty cool with its tri-engine. 3 engines there, beautiful. Lorry as well from in Lincolnshire. bit of a potion, isn't it? It's a nice aircraft to finish up. So in the same picture we're going to have an Envoy, a rivet joint, some red arrows, and let's put in a Vulcan for good measure in one shot. Look at that. Nice way to end the day. Right, ladies, gents and teddy bears, you know it is. What a day. Actually, hang on a minute before we end it. Let's just, I can get a little closer shot of it actually. Look at this. Nice. It's a nice one, isn't it? Beautiful. Right, well that's a wrap then. Kebab wrap. Right, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, thank you very much for joining us today on this lovely, lovely day. We got there in the end, and best things come to those who wait. It really was the best things come to those who wait, because we had 9 red arrows doing a full display, so you can't get, oh, and a little plane to finish it off. Yes. Oh, ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you very much, and all of RAF Waddington, thank you very much, and the red arrows, thank you for the wonderful display. Thanks for making us proud today. Thank you, and all our viewers as well, thank you so much. It's been an incredible day, and I hope you've all enjoyed it. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman and commentator, and this is our squadron leader Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Waddington. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well. Is that Reggie in that field? I think Reggie's in the field, mate. Oh, what have I just pressed in? Oh yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah.
Golf India, Brian Stone.
Good